let's break into the inauguration day, and then we'll get to what he did on his first day. Inauguration coverage. We're just going to go to the moment that happens. It's being covered by Crowder. Then we do have a special Crowder clip after that because apparently, Trump's very famous apparently, and he had like Zuckerberg and a whole bunch of other people there. Jeff Bezos's wife brought the milk apparently for Zuckerberg, and he got thirsty. So we have to cover that incident this week because it proves some people have doubted that Mark Zuckerberg is a male human being, heterosexual. But you gotta watch the tape and think about it for yourself. See what your judgment is on that. Anyway, that seemed to be news at one point. And then Donald Trump launched a meme coin. We mentioned it last Sunday. Apparently, I looked up his net worth today before the show to be like, did it go up, down? What happened? So he had like 2 billion. And then they pissed him off and he made Truth Social, and then that gave him like another 4 billion. So he was rocking like 6 billion or something on paper. Most of that, right? DJT is Trump. That's paper. And then he did the meme coin. It was like another $56 billion, which again, is all on paper, but money's made out of paper, and he knows how to like borrow and spend against that. And the interesting thing is, I'm pretty sure he can't touch any of it while he's president, because the president has to separate from all their personal expenses and accounts. All that stuff goes like into escrow. So I don't know what happens with all that. I didn't look into the fungibility and how long it lasts and when it mature. I don't know about it, but it happened. And Jesse will tell us about that. Jesse on Fire. And then Trump restores free speech. 2 genders are now declared. It's like, I don't know, it's like the first day of kindergarten for some people. It's like, okay, girls' room, boys' room. Anyway, that happened. That's a Jimmy Dore clip. And then we'll come back because we'll get into what he did after Inauguration Day and what he did on his first day of work, because he had a lot to do. He was signing everything with this great big Sharpie and, making stuff happen. So let's go to the inauguration with Louder with Crowder, and let's see the event. Let's check into the circus.
Yes. Yeah, don't take that shot again.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. And a beautiful building. Remember when we used to make beautiful buildings?
Mm-hmm.
Now they'll look like Qdobas.
Yeah. Now it's all modern deco and tiny houses. I have a toilet that uses ash. It's compost. Yeah, it smells like crap.
Don't get me started on open floor plans. Oh, you charge me more for no walls? Thanks.
Those are all the priceless works of art that were left untouched during the insurrection.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
No tags, no slashing.
But there's footprints.
As they reverentially paced past.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
That's right.
Remember this, folks. Remember when everyone said he absolutely has no chance. It was completely written off. Remember this. When people tell you that any type of struggle is futile, this was not supposed to happen. Every single trick in the book was used.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't supposed to happen in 2015.
It was not.
Been a long time.
I think they've got Biden on an apple box there. He's not that tall.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well,
all right, bring up the drinking game rules just so people can see it.
Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now.
Stick it. Right from the beginning.
Oh, you're not going to clap for that, Kamala?
The Vice President mulatto age.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
There you go.
That's right.
Thank you.
Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced.
Nice.
The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end.
Boy, he came in hot.
Wow.
He sure did.
Hey, Obama, thanks for setting the precedent.
And they've got to sit there and listen to it.
And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events.
This is
abroad.
amazing.
It fails to protect our magnificent law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary
zoom in
and
on 'em.
protection for
I wanna see
dangerous criminals, many
shot of
from
Biden.
prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people.
Wow.
Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
It's a campaign speech.
Watch CNN. Their commentary is going to be Van Jones. This could have been a time for unity, and instead he's more of the same.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible
That's right.
betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place,
finishing it.
and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom.
Where's Beyonce now?
From this moment on,
Where's your Beyonce now?
Where's your Beyonce now?
Is over.
Twerking.
Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I've
competency
been
of the CNN
tested and
cameraman.
challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason.
That's right.
I was saved by God to make America great again.
Oh, my goodness.
That might be one of the most offensive lines, according to the left, ever delivered. I was saved by God to make America great again.
Even the lesbians support him.
Thank you very much.
Whereas the left is too busy saying, why do you think God cares about your country more? I do. Deal with it. I think we put him as a centerpiece in this country, and so that's why we're the only country that's done what we've done.
That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day.
Look at the Bill Pullman.
He did. He did.
Oh, we did that sketch.
I know.
It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true.
Kamala, you going to sit for this one, too? As a black woman, I think you'd stand.
Kamala, you're not Rosa Parks. Get off your ass.
You know who the Democrats are.
Oh, you're not going to stand for unity, huh? Jot that down.
National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that.
Can't do that. I'm gonna go off book here. Can't do that. Can't do that.
He meant to tag it, but I appreciate it.
Or like I call him, good guy God.
Today I will sign
Not Hamas God, good guy God.
executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First,
Look at
I will
Biden.
declare a national emergency at our southern border.
There you go. Executive order. Ding.
Ding.
Drink.
Oh, nice. I am now out.
Is that the border czar looking on?
think it's embarrassing to sit.
Yeah.
You got to stand.
All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy.
Executive order.
I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Hear, hear.
There you go. Pops, you're forgetting the drinking game
Under
rules.
the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Kamala won't stand. I hope he just turns you.
You're not going to stand? Act like I'm a mayor with a raging erection.
And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
That's right. Gotta love it.
As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before.
And quickly.
Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices.
That means energy. We'll get into that.
The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
I think that's a drink, right?
I would have thought Kamala would stand up for that.
Look, if you're not going to stand, make like the whore you are and split. Amazing what you can do when you're not encumbered by all the
America will
leftist
be a
environmentalists.
manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it.
We're going to use it. I'm off book again.
People
like
just forget that.
We will bring prices
It's an improv.
down.
We just think, oh, we need
Fill
Saudi
our
Arabia.
strategic
No. Go
reserves
back to your
up
caves.
Again, right to the top.
We're good.
And export American energy all over the world.
What is Biden doing? Oh, no.
We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate. saving
See,
our
Joe,
auto industry
drink,
and
see how your
keeping
people
my
hurt you.
sacred pledge to our great American auto workers.
Oof, Kamala.
How can you
Biden,
watch this and be upset?
Keep this and remember it, and then show it next election to the UAW. Be like, remember those guys? Too? They stayed seated when he talked about you.
Buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote.
Wow.
The direct slap in the face.
Yeah.
I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
Absolutely.
There you go. Drink. That's another
Beautiful.
executive
For
order.
this purpose,
Beautiful.
we are establishing the External Revenue Service. to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America.
Here.
Here, here.
There you go. Thank you. Thank Rumble.
That's our business.
By the way, Rumble Premium, you guys can join. Click that button. This election wouldn't have happened without Rumble. You guys know that. Back in the day, YouTube had a monopoly. Wasn't even close. All of this is changing.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about.
Oh, that sounds like a fascist. Never will it be used to persecute political opponents.
It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice.
Beautiful.
Under the constitutional rule of law.
Here's the thing. For anyone to be mad about what you would have to believe that everything is a lie. He has made this blanket for everybody and included proactively political opponents. He's saying, go nuts. It's America. You didn't hear that
this week
from the left.
I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life.
Good.
You know how this bitch got here? We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based.
Remember, 6 years ago, they said that's actually white supremacy.
As of today,
well, it's not fair.
It will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Oh, my goodness. He stuck that one.
Wow.
Hey, I don't know if you remember this. I was banned from campus. 2017, there are only two genders, changed my mind. There's a change. It's now national
Aaron
policy.
liked that one. He likes the ladies.
Kids from kindergarten cops, penis, service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay.
That's right.
There you go.
Good. Full back pay. There you go. That affects thousands of lives right there. Do you understand that? We know a lot of those people.
Wait till you see the settlements for these J6 guys.
And I will sign an order
Many
to
millions.
stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately.
Thanks. They need to learn react to contact.
Also, we're going to bring back push-ups. Forces will be free to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
I think this is the most consequential presidential speech of my lifetime.
Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. And we won't measure it by metric.
This speech will be remembered very well through history.
It's like the silliness ends today. The adults are now in charge. Everyone's smiling when they rise. Have you noticed?
My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Oh, he nodded.
Biden and Kamala are nodding like, yeah, that was me.
I would stand up if I could.
I got to clap for something. Thank you.
There you go.
I need to be doing squats.
They finally stand for something. Wow.
Because they think they did it.
Yeah, they want to take credit.
They take credit. Now stick the landing.
America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
GMC's going to rename their truck.
By the way, go look up the pistol.
McKinley.
Go look up the pistol that killed McKinley. It's really bizarre. Such a great president. He was taken out by a fruity gun.
Very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal.
Oh, boy.
Which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made. And Panama's promise to us
The adjectives are wonderful.
The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Whoa. Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping just
a drink.
Wow.
I shot him. I believe I shot myself.
Great. Now Trump's banned on TikTok.
Look, Biden's smiling.
Dana's up.
He won't be able to do
Message
that.
to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars.
Sorry.
Fourth rock from the sun.
I just love the way he speaks, man.
That was nice to include manifest destiny in the planet.
Oh, yeah. That's how America's built, baby.
Aaron looks a little bit like that actor from, was it
Ambition
There Will Be Blood? The son
is
and...
the lifeblood of a
you know
great
what I'm talking
nation.
about, that actor.
And
The
right
Reverend in
now
There Will
our
Be Blood.
nation
I know.
is more
Daniel Day-Lewis now.
ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken.
Where is Donald? Where is Donald? Here I am. Here I am. How are you today, Sir President?
It's Taylor Lautner.
I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before.
He's a wheelchair guy.
Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
God bless you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, good. Good, pull it. Good on tight. All right, so I like his speechwriter better than the last guy, and he reads better than the last guy. That's
no
what
weaves.
I can tell.
No weaves.
There was no weave, and if I might say so, because I know a lot of people just pay attention to what he says, but the way he read the teleprompter was very dry. There were many parts where you could like, dude, you're becoming president, like, you know, but you know, he's been the apprentice guy for so long on TV. I guess he's just like, but he's probably low on energy. He's got a lot of activities going on. He just wanted to make sure he can get through it. But you know, if I was president, I'd probably be more excited. Of course, I wouldn't run for president in the first place because I don't think it's right to rule over other people like that. But that's just me. That's just me with my crazy ideas about freedom.
Yeah, they're pretty crazy, pretty wacky. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we
all right,
bringing it back.
Yeah. So I do think in in line with all the things that he said he's going to change. He set the tone, and what he's getting to at the end there about like America's pioneer and manifest destiny. We got to do all he's doing is he's setting you up for Project Stargate. That's their new NASA program. That's their new moonshot. $500 billion. They're going to do some AI stuff. Larry Ellison's going to give you some mRNA stuff. Everything's going to be hunky dory. Don't worry about it. So that's what I meant earlier by him just throwing out candy bars, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's like Halloween." It's like, no, dude, they got another plan that they're doing. Right. And I'm not saying he's keen to the whole thing, because I don't think he's that well read up on all the stuff we talk about on the show, for instance. Right. I would guess the average member of this audience who watches consistently is better informed than anybody in that dude's cabinet. Legit. You could go get a job if you want to work for those people. You got Clip Genie. I also realized I didn't show you guys how to use it. Right. How do you find it?
Well, let's see. Well, I think it might be down at the moment.
Oh, it's well. I don't have a live page anyway. And at the top of my browser, for some reason, it says Sam Altman. Do I have to?
I know. I noticed that too, dude. Did you get?
Maybe I have to cut and paste that.
It's Sam.
I don't know how that got there.
I noticed that too a minute ago. That's so funny.
Is that because I said the thing about his sister? It's much worse than that.
Oh, it's way worse.
Because it wasn't voluntary. It'd be one thing if they had some Rothschild incest thing, they keep love in the house and all that good stuff. Like, if it's consensual and people are above 18, that's one thing. From the story from Law and Crime, the story about Sam Altman, the AI guy who might have also had a whacked whistleblower recently have his mom be on Tucker Carlson, right? Like, there's some shit going on with that. And for him to have had unconsensual relations with his sister over a period of 10 years, according to her. Like, I didn't know about this story, but my wife was catching it, and she's like, "Oh my God." And I'm like, what's going on? Like, I tuned in, and so we'll have to get to that, but that's later in the show, because there's a whole bunch of other stuff that we have to grow on between now and then. But the answer to Clip Genie is, look, I took Sam off there. GrandTheftWorld.com. When the site's fixed, I don't know.
Well, LD says it's working for him.
All right,
so cool. I don't know what's going on, dude.
Look, I could say it's because our site is so popular, but the truth is we had some plugins that fucked us at the drive-through, so we're fixing it, and we have a new site. It's all coming up. What up, LD?
I'm over at gtw.clipgenie.com.
Yep, but see, when you do it, see how the top photo doesn't pop up, and then if you do a search, and if you click on it, it doesn't. It does, but it's not producing clips.
Oh,
like
okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So I sent that over to Dean, and he should be awake.
The cool thing is with Clip Genie, we know the owners.
Like, yeah, exactly. And
Scott's
Dean's
one
over
of the owners.
Dean's over in the UK, and so he'll be awake anytime now, and he'll get right on it.
All right. So then when you're watching this on the replay, this stuff will work. GrandTheftWorld.com, if you're on the homepage, right, you click various things. First, home, podcast. You can watch live episodes, past episodes. Clip Genie's right here, right? You can also get to the history blueprint and the underground history of America, which is a really good presentation. But let's go to Clip Genie, and we click on over there.
We have some exciting developments in the Clip Genie world.
Well, Clip Genie itself is plenty exciting for anyone who understands what it is and what the power of such searching these days is to make your social media. But yeah, I mean, that's just one of the accoutrements that comes with Grand Theft Worldliness, is you get some cutting edge technology that no one else has yet. Exactly. But if you do know someone who could use Clip Genie for their repertoire, their mosaic of productions, where do they go, Scott?
Well, you can reach out to us.
Do you have a website yet?
Well, yeah, clipgenie.com. You can just go right there. There's a submission form on there. But yeah, we're kind of going a different route. It's like, I think what we're going to do is I don't even know really at this point, and we'll have to talk, but like, we're just going to like throw it up for different content creators and then just throw advertising on the page.
Look, the ability for a content creator to go make movies with this. If I was a documentary filmmaker, I'd be signing up with you. I'd put all my filmed footage in there so I could search it and like knit the script together, all that. So creative people will find Clip Genie to be really useful. People who want to inform their friends and family of things using evidence-based pieces of video will also find Clip Genie really useful in their week's work.
So hopefully this week we will have a very, very, very large platform fully rocking and rolling with Clip Genie, and it's going to be advertisement driven. So it's not going to be like, but it is partnering loosely with that organization, but it's going to be cool. Very excited to see what happens. You guys, hopefully this week it'll go live.
All right, so let's go back to the rest of that block because people were curious. I whet their appetite with Zuck is thirsty. They want to know what's going on with Zuck. Is he drinking like 7-Eleven, big gulp? Let's see what the hubbub's all about.
Bezos, Mr. Bezos. He needs to be paying attention. If you were paying attention, Jeff, you would have seen the signs. Zuckerberg, who I guarantee you is on some form of testosterone therapy, and I was like, oh, this is what it feels like to be a man. He was raised by he had only sisters and a woman. Like he didn't know.
Yeah.
And now he's amongst men, and if nature's kind, they'll take him in as one of their own. So Zuckerberg went from checking out Bezos' fiance, Lauren Sanchez. You saw that at the inauguration, that little look at them biddies and then smile, to now liking her pictures on Instagram, which some people are saying, hey, this is a little bit weird. It's like a real-life big tech nerd soap opera. But it also goes both ways because Sanchez has been liking posts of Zuckerberg, like you see right there with Max Holloway. And look, Jeff Bezos, Mr. Bezos, he needs to be paying attention. If you were paying attention, Jeff, you would have seen the signs. Look, we've gone through this here. Okay, so there she is. Looks like, okay, well, that's fine. Look, that's appropriate.
That's not bad.
Okay, lovely outfit. I mean, all right, well, it's a little bit, shoes. A little bit into great look for a night out. It's getting fine. That's okay. It's well, no one says that anymore.
Yeah,
it's not even the. Hey,
right. That's
come on,
direct.
Suck. That's. Hey, I don't even know. I don't even know what that.
A little aggressive, I think.
I'd never called mine a berg.
No.
A Vil, maybe.
Under the water?
Maybe a Steen.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
For those on audio, it makes zero sense whatsoever. So I'm sorry, you missed out. You should be watching on.
Go watch.
Should be watching on Rumble.
Over and over.
So here is AOC's meltdown. Again, second meltdown. She's milking this for all it's worth over Elon's something Nazi something.
You're going to do a Sig Heil? You're going to do a Hail Hitler? Or their rebrand a Roman salute from behind the presidential seal of the United States of America? It's on. It's on. And
it is.
What is so important for us to understand is that as long as we don't give up, it's not over. It's not over.
Want to bet?
It is not over.
It's what?
Libs of TikTok started crying because I said over the weekend that Donald Trump is a rapist, and they went on Twitter and they went, oh, boo hoo hoo, and I said basically, F you. Cry
You mispronounced
more. I don't give
mocking.
a shit. Like, you want to support a rapist? That's on you. That's on you.
Okay.
But I don't. And they wanted to call in all of these threats into my office and all this other stuff. I don't give a damn.
Okay, we get it.
I don't give a damn.
Understood.
I don't give a damn.
We get it. Now she says something like, the Rome is trying to say it's what would you say, Roman
Appropriated?
Yeah. I don't know if AOC is a history buff. But the Roman Republic and/or Empire predates the Nazis. Oh. So I don't know if you assume that the Nazis had a DeLorean. And by the way the Romans, pretty cool. You ever watch Rome on HBO? There is something to be said for to the death, right?
Again, it's like a mild version of that Maori dance.
Yeah. It's
you pound on your chest, you put your arm out there, you're like, hey, watch out.
So this is all they have left. But I think the main takeaway here from AOC, who had a brief moment of kind of clarity when trying to pander, is that she doesn't give a damn.
Right.
So we understand that.
Sounds like she gives a damn.
It does sound like she gives at least a
sounds like
damn.
she gives some dams.
Perhaps a shit as well.
Maybe
I don't know.
like a beaver with those dams.
I'm not familiar with her inventory, but I assume she has some because she keeps giving them. And she also seems to want you to know that it is on. That seems to be the takeaway.
Let's get it on.
I'm good. I welcome it. Watch, she'll say this is crying. crying. The left tries. It's just this. This is the manipulation that you can expect from leftist females. Like, oh, what are you gonna cry? No, they're mocking you because you're saying silly things and you're a silly person. Oh, cry more. You seem like you're wailing more. Hey, if you're still watching, you can comment below or click this video playing in a box. Silly person.
Ooh, this is fun. We're going to take a look at the richest people in the world and look at their net worths and then see where Trump stacks up because now he's in the top 25. So the day of the inauguration, and we're going to talk about this meme coin, Trump being worth an additional $58 billion. That happened over 48 hours. All of Trump's closest supporters probably all made hundreds of millions of dollars over the weekend. And that includes people like Conor McGregor, the Nelk Boys, Jake Paul, Logan Paul, Dana White, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, all those guys, okay? Now, I would imagine there are bigger stakes for bigger people, but bottom line is all of those guys just made a fortune on this meme coin. I'm going to explain to you exactly how all of this works, and this will either make you extremely happy or it'll really piss you off, or you will be jealous and either happy or unhappy. I'm jealous, but happy, okay? So we're going to talk about that. I also, I just got done doing a live stream about the Anthony Fauci pardon, and full disclosure, I was in the middle of doing a video about it and I just my brain scrambled and I got so mad that I just went live and started talking about it. But I am going to include the portion that I had actually filmed prior to going live at the end of this video. So we're going to talk about the meme coin and then I'm going to show you guys the Anthony Fauci pardon stuff because I'm not sure if you knew that had happened, but if you weren't, now you are. So let's go ahead and jump into it. But guess what? You want to know how I found out about both these stories? Ground news, son. So I'm going to tell you about that sponsor. Then we're going to get into how Trump is now worth more than the Koch brothers. Now, by now, it should be obvious why I continue. It's only $5 per month. And in a world where news moves fast and the truth is hard to find, it's important to be using Ground News to get a full perspective. Plus, by subscribing, you're directly supporting my work. All right, so let's read the story, and then I'll explain to you how these meme coins work and how I know that all of these guys made so much money, okay? So, President-elect Donald Trump launched his own cryptocurrency Friday night, and as of Sunday morning, appeared to have made more than $50 billion on paper for himself and his companies. Why it matters. The stunning launch of Trump caught the entire industry off guard. It speaks to both his personal influence and the ascendancy of cryptocurrency in his administration. It also speaks to the nature of the crypto industry that someone could have more than $50 billion worth of something that literally did not exist 48 hours previously. How bananas is that? Okay. Combined with the value of his social media business and his real estate holdings, it nominally makes Trump one of the world's 25 wealthiest people. Let's take a look at that real quick. So let's go down the list and we'll look at each of these notable people. And we're going to see one very notable group that Trump is now richer than, that has got to be the most infuriating thing for them ever. But we got Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Larry Ellison, Bernard family, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Warren Buffett, Jeff Baum, Jensen Huang. Where is Bill Gates? Bill Gates is 1,506. Really? That I can guarantee you is not accurate. Okay, I can absolutely guarantee you that's not accurate. Gates has so much hidden money. Okay, there are all these private equity firms that follow all of his stuff. So it's like you have the Gates Foundation, right? Which is it's a nonprofit, right? Nonprofit. That's definitely that's not his money. And then all these private equity firms that follow his trades around, and you have no idea who's in those funds. It's his money. Okay, would be my guess. You know. Larry Ellison, 204. Let's see, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, Warren Buffett, 146. Steve Ballmer, Michael Dell, 115. What is it like to be worth $115 billion? The Waltons, that's Walmart. The other Walton family, another 109. Then you got Bill Gates. Oh my God, do you know what would be amazing is if Trump ended up worth more than Bill Gates. That would be the funniest thing in the entire world. He's not, I mean, again, Bill Gates has way more money than that, but and then you get down here and look at this. Charles Koch and family, 67 billion. And so this is right around where Trump lands now. 58 plus. Well, actually, I think it's down a little bit. So he's probably actually more like right around 26th. He's probably right around here. But I mean, Donald Trump, he jumped 50 billion in 48 hours. Hey, I'm sure his adversaries are really happy about that development because that's at least one thing they could tell themselves. You know, there's always got to be a way. Like I'm gonna side note this real quick because I do understand the male ego very well, and so I'll give you a perfect example of how I can lay this out. So let's say that you and your wife split up, right? That's not in my future, but if it did happen to me, I would understand kind of how this plays out, because the person that your wife starts dating next, you're going to compare yourself to in a few specific ways, right? Number one, do I have more money than them? Okay. That's literally going to be like number one, right? Number two, could I probably beat him in a fight? Right? There's that. And then some other things that are all the exact same, like kind of dumb stuff that doesn't really matter. Probably not why your wife is into you or them or whatever. Like they probably are more into like, as long as you can provide like a halfway decent life, but you're really funny and you make them feel good and you make them feel like they're special. Like that's what actually matters. But in your brain, okay, the way that the other dude is thinking is the same way you're thinking. You're like, I could fuck you up, right? Like you and I both, like, let's say that he has much more money, but you're like a black belt in jiu-jitsu. It's like, there will always be a part of that guy that drives him crazy. He could have $1 billion and he's like, but I could break your arm. It's like, well, I have security. You're all good for you. But just so we're clear, like if we go into a room together and one of us walks out, you know who that is, right? Like there's no conversation here. Like you're not going to lie to yourself and tell yourself you're going to win that fight, right? It's stupid, but that's what happens. And so these people who hate Trump, okay, that's what they tell. He's not even rich. That's why they always tried to harp on that in the media. They're all, he's not even a billionaire. He's not even a billionaire. He literally beat all of them. You want to talk about overcoming incredible odds. Like he went from, on paper, maybe billionaire with real estate, whatever, to most powerful person in the world. And now, just in 48 hours, he's top 25 most wealthy people in the world. Hey, what do you think he's going to look like in another 8 years? 4 more years as president, and he figured out a way to just create that money out of nowhere right now. What do you think is going to happen? Who's going to stand up to him now? No one is the answer. Okay. Anyway, so catch up real quick. Friday night, while Trump was reportedly hosting a crypto ball for the industry in Washington, the president-elect launched his own meme-linked currency. His website bills it as the only official Trump meme. While a number of Trump-branded meme coins popped up in recent months, none of them had his official endorsement until now. His wife, Melania, joined him Sunday night with her own coin launch, Melania, which was worth more than $5 billion within a couple hours. Okay, so here's the reason that I bring up his friends. Okay, so the way this works when you're going to buy, when you're going to get into a coin like this is, like we said, it's worth whatever, then it's worth whatever, right? And what's the defining moment of when it becomes, it's when Trump announces that it's his coin, okay? You think Trump found out 5 minutes before that he was going to announce that he has his own crypto coin, or you think that he probably has known this for a while?
Hey, come see us on tour in Los Angeles, Dallas, Texas, Austin, Baltimore, Atlantic City, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Get your tickets at jimmydore.com. That's where they're the most affordable. Let's get right to the highlights of Donald Trump's speech today. Here we go. Here's some highlights.
As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. The journey to reclaim our...
So that is 100% correct. We can't even handle a crisis at home. We couldn't handle Lahaina. We couldn't handle hurricanes. We can't handle wildfires. Meanwhile, we're shipping trillions of dollars to the war machine to fight foreign wars for fun. They're not for fun. They're to put money in the hands of the people who actually run the world. It's an upward transfer. It's an upward transfer of wealth. Kurt Mexican's here. Hey, Kurt.
Yeah.
So he's right. As the LA was burning, we had empty reservoirs, 117 million gallon empty reservoir right in Pacific Palisades. They had 100 fire trucks in Los Angeles in the mechanic shop. 100. Did you know that, Kurt? Yeah.
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, 100. They have.
Don't second guess them, Jimmy. You're not qualified. You're not a lesbian.
I'm not a. They had fire hydrants broken that had been dismantled for parts by vandals. They knew this. They didn't do anything. Richest state in the world. It's the 5th largest economy in the world. They don't have fire hydrants that work. They can't keep their reservoir. After 12 months of record historic rains, reservoirs empty because they drained them on purpose. The mayor hiring the person in charge of the water department at twice the salary of the original $750,000 that woman made. And she drained anyway, I don't want to make this about the LA wildfires. Back to Trump. But he's right about that. We can't even handle, anyway, I'm so upset about the LA wildfires.
Public has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. I was saved by God to make America great again.
So there you go. I'm going to get into a little bit more later about the darkest chapter in American politics, I think, happened in the last couple of years since Trump announced he was running for president again, and they put all of the people around him in jail, including Steve Bannon. And they prosecuted the former president. First time we've ever done something like that.
We didn't prosecute Bush and Cheney after they tortured some folks.
They're still walking around. Oh, it's about the like I said. Oh, Jim, it's about the rule of law. Really? Then why is George Bush still walk the earth a free man?
You know, it's actually there's probably been all this dark stuff you don't know about, but this is the first time that I can recall where it was this much in your face. Like the stuff they would normally have to be clandestine about, they were doing pretty openly.
Yeah, I'm with it's gross. It's beyond gross. It's everything that the media and the Democrats have been saying that Trump was doing, undermining our democracy, weaponizing prosecuting his political. They were doing.
Yeah, the enemy of the people was the press. He was right.
That's right, and he was right.
I was calling him the frenemy of the people, but no, enemy of people. Yeah.
So here's some more highlights.
Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities.
45 minutes it took for them to respond to the first fire. Took 45 minutes, as documented. I showed you that video.
It is even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now.
Interesting. Here's more. I'll just say this before we play more. I found his speech refreshing. I've never said that about an inaugural address. I've never said that about a State of the Union. I found this refreshing. And by the way, it was brief. It was less than 30 minutes.
Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
Big deal.
All right, that's a good place to pull it. Because we're about to cover all that. All right, so so many changes in the first couple days of an administration, and you didn't even get started yet. That's just the inauguration part of it, and the aftermath of Zuck looking at some boobies. But I would say, yeah, he's manning up. He did a man thing. That's like a man reflex thing, and he needs to get on that. Otherwise, he's going to get in a fight with Bezos. I think Bezos would be probably protective of his side piece over there. He's got a lot of money invested in that. Although she's got a very interesting history because she used to be married to another billionaire, and there's a whole line of history behind Bezos's antics that we don't need to cover on this show because this show is more serious than that. Scott, did you have notes for discussion?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I was definitely staying up to date on all this stuff. Listened to the whole.
You tried to get some Trump coin.
I did. Well, yeah, that
coin.
was. We talked about that last week. Yeah, and I failed, but I'm glad that didn't work out. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where it's like you got to be on the inside. Like if you would have got the drop before, it was, like
if
when
you
it was
were
less
Matt
than
Gaetz,
a penny. Yep.
If you were on the Epstein client list, I don't know who got that.
We need to do a GTW coin, dude. No, I'm just kidding. Because that's what it is. The insiders.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I know. But the way this works is people that get the drop on it ahead of time, they invest early, they get large stakes in whatever, and then all the suckers, all the dupes flood in, and then it goes to the moon, and then the initial people that invested, you pull it out, and everyone loses their money. Like in order for those people to make money in the beginning, a lot of other people have to lose money, and so it really is scammy, and it's really not. I mean, it is kind of messed up.
I think the only practical use case of something like that I could see in the future would be the next political prisoner that needs to be freed. That's how you could raise money for him.
Yeah.
People in that they know they're buying into like just throw the money over the wall and get him out of jail or get her out of jail or whatever the situation is. But, in the case of Ross, it took like 12 years, which is too long. Although, glad he's out. Yeah. We'll get to that story coming up, but we're breaking into, now that Trump is president, what did he do on day one? We have the mass exodus of DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion may be one of the last times I have to say it on this show. DEI is getting fired all over the place. I have a couple examples that we're going, so there's a bunch of actions going on in parallel, right? So there's the executive order, and then there's the precipitation of the executive order in all these cases. And there's, I don't know how many there were, 100, 200. Like that dude was wearing out his Sharpie with his signatures that day and the next day. So there's a busy activity. So we're going to have the loss of DEI, some of the consequences and fallout from that. You've got various people getting fired because of that. And then some of the troops are being reappropriated to the border. And then we've got the struggle of some of the people who are being exported to their country of origin. There's this one guy who says, I'm not going back to Haiti. And then he praises Joe Biden and Kamala. It was really, I was like, that's a weird piece of news to see, but I guess we're going to start seeing a whole bunch of stuff like that as we move through the news this year. All right. So troops being sent to the border and DEI being kaput. Let's go to Tim Pool for the first story.
Yesterday, Donald Trump ended DEI in the federal government, firing all government DEI staffers, ordering all of the offices to shut down, and putting an end to affirmative action for contractors. Now, it's the best he can do. Donald Trump can't change the law, but he can issue instructions for the executive branch. And wow, my friends, I've not seen so much winning before in my life. It feels to me like for the first time in my life, we have a president. We have an actual president. And what I mean is, I've seen presidents come and go. They don't represent the people. They don't keep their promises. Obama was supposed to be anti-war. He was the answer to the anger and the outrage over the Bush era. But he was more of the same, if not worse. And to be honest, look, I'm 38, and I barely remember what Clinton was doing. I remember when Bush came in. I remember growing up in those years. I remember what Obama brought. And so, in truth, I was given 8 years of George W. Bush, 8 years of Barack Obama, and that's most of my adult life, seeing lies, manipulation, evil, wondering why it was that despite there was a will of the people, desires and demands, the president never adhered to any of it. Then along came Donald Trump, a man of the people, and they said populism was bad. They said he's a demagogue who's just he's rallying the people, and I couldn't quite understand it. Isn't populism meaning that you follow the will of the people, what this country is supposed to be about? Why, my friends, they had said it all, didn't they? they're elitists, which is the inversion of populism. And they argued this. What's wrong with the elite running these things? Well, I'll tell you, you are not the elite. Well, you're not the elite anymore. But elite did not mean the best. It did not mean the brightest. It did not mean the smartest or the most virtuous, the most hardworking. It literally meant those who had grasped power and would refuse to give it up. Until the people got angry and said, you know, I'm going to go ahead and vote for a Donald Trump. Now, admittedly, as you all know, I didn't vote for him the first time around. The second time around, he proved his point. And now what we're seeing is it's the end of wokeness. I mean, maybe in 4 years, the woke strikes back. But corporate media, big tech, they have all bent the knee. They've lost. Their crackpot ideology has failed. We had Ro Khanna, a Democrat, on Tim Castile, and he made an interesting point. He said, you know, the Democrats got it wrong. We believed that this multicultural democracy was going to lift everybody up. And instead, it hollowed out the working class and just made things worse. And I said, wow, preach, brother. That's coming from a Democrat. But Ro Khanna has always been a bit more reasonable, though I disagree with him on most of these cultural issues. He's in favor of illegal immigration and child sex change surgeries and all that stuff. And, you know, and let's not, no. But I'll give him respect for coming on the show and having a discussion where we could and agreeing on what it means for the working class and why we got to where we are. Last night, we got major breaking news, and I want to show you this story just in the context of who Donald Trump is. People are crying over this. This pardoning of Ross Ulbricht is very much like a Kyle Rittenhouse kind of moment. Do you remember the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse? We all knew he was innocent. We all knew that he was a terrified young man trying to do his duty to his community, providing first aid, and they tried to murder him. And he fled. And he defended himself. And it was a tragic, terrifying moment that we hope we never find ourselves in. But we knew this young man had no intention to kill anybody. He was defending himself. Do you remember that moment when they were about to read out the verdict? And they did. And they said Kyle Rittenhouse was not guilty. We were terrified. We were terrified for what it would mean in this country if you were to be attacked by far left extremists who have come back, by the way, and are now rioting in Portland once again. Strange. Biden's out of office, and here they are. Weird. We all knew that if Kyle Rittenhouse went to prison, that it sent a shockwave. It would send a shockwave to this country. But no, he was found not guilty. Then we have Ross Ulbricht, and this story goes back quite a bit, I think 13 years. I'll give you the simple version. He made a website. And so they gave him 2 life sentences. Donald Trump said the same scumbags who are going after him, many of them, are the same people who went after Ross Ulbricht. Now, pardoning all the J6ers was tremendous, and we clapped and we cheered. But seeing Donald Trump pardon Ross Ulbricht was kind of like that Kyle Rittenhouse moment. Justice and accountability had returned. And Donald Trump kept his word. You know what really got me going when Donald Trump pardoned Ross Ulbricht? What makes me emotional here is, you know, hearing that letter. You know, Thomas Massey last night read this letter from Ross Ulbricht about how he's looking forward to his freedom after so long. I believe he's 40 now. And it is emotional. Like I mentioned with the Kyle Rittenhouse, people were crying, hearing that this man would finally be freed. He made a website. Other people were selling drugs and doing illicit things. He made a website where you could trade using Bitcoin, and other people used it for nefarious or illegal ends. He is now freed unconditionally. Do you know what the most powerful thing in that whole moment was? That Donald Trump kept his word to all of us. Fills me with an emotion I cannot describe. George W. Bush, he didn't care. Barack Obama, you think that guy cared? He blew up Americans. Donald Trump told all of us, I will do these things. You have my word. And what have we seen? In only a couple of days, Donald Trump has fired off executive actions, memorandums changing policy, realigning this country properly, securing our border, the efforts to begin to do so, I would say. And he didn't have to pardon Ross Ulbricht. Because what does it matter? He already won. He's not going to win again. This is what is so important. Now, Trump ending DEI, ending affirmative action, all these things, they feel good. But this is policy stuff to help Trump get done what he wants to get done. You need to understand right now, Trump, he only had one reason to pardon Ross Ulbricht, and it was to keep his word to those who gave him their support. And that fills me with a powerful emotion. It makes me very emotional. I will say it again, so I hope all of you hear it. For all of those who lie, for all of those who smear and defame this man, he is in office. He is the president. He need only say, I have an agenda, and I'm going to do what I need to do. And there were people who said, do not pardon this man. And Trump said, I gave my word. If you support me, I will support you. I will free Ross Ulbricht. And what does it do for him? Now, admittedly, there is some political risk for Donald Trump in that pardoning. There are prominent, powerful individuals who are angry that Trump would give a pardon to this man. They were lobbying against him in conservative media. But Trump made a promise. He said to those who would support him at the Libertarian Convention, I give you my word. And he kept his word, and that means so much for what the soul of this country needs to be. You know the story of Hachiko the dog? I hope you do. And this is probably one of the most inspirational, most important things to me. Maybe it's because I'm part Japanese, but I take honor very seriously. If you don't watch Star Trek, The Next Generation, or any of them, fine.
Well, the Navy has relieved Commander Sarah Kimada. She was the commanding officer of the Naval Information Warfare Training Group in Norfolk. A press release says she is relieved due to a loss of confidence in her ability to command. Kimada had served as commanding officer since June of 2023. She was relieved of her duties yesterday by Rear Admiral Brian Harding, commander of Naval Information Warfighting Development Center. She has been temporarily reassigned to Naval Information Forces. As for now, Captain Steve McIntyre has been temporarily assigned as commanding officer until a replacement is found.
We currently have nearly 40% women enrolled at the Coast Guard Academy. I'm really excited about the talent and the diversity that I see coming through the academy. My daughter is in the Coast Guard as a lieutenant, and there is just nothing but opportunity for her. And all of the men and women that have joined the service. I'm really excited about the future as we look ahead.
We currently have nearly 40% women enrolled.
Yeah, baby! Yeah.
We bring you more breaking news this hour. A U.S. official telling Fox News that the Pentagon will be sending 1,500 U.S. active duty troops to the southern border by the end of the month. Now, this will accompany the 2,500 troops already at the border. They were put there in March of 2024 by none other than the Biden administration. So this is adding to what is there. I'm sure this will be spun by the media as some sort of novel and extra constitutional act by current President Trump. But indeed, he is simply adding, Ben, to the troops that are already there from the Biden administration. And this comes with the context of that executive order with NORTHCOM, reorienting them to secure the southern border.
It's different. Look, I live in Texas, and I can tell you Border Patrol agents that I know well said for the last 4 years they have been directed by the Biden administration to not do their job. They said, imagine going to work every day and you're told you cannot do the job that you swore an oath to do. They are thrilled because they now said, not only do we actually get to go back and do the job we're supposed to do, instead of babysitting and allow for illegal activity to flourish, but we're going to get the resources we need to get it back in order because it's so out of control and there's no order. One of them said to me the other day, they said, you can't imagine just how bad it is at the southern border, because what they've done deliberately in the last administration was make it total chaos on purpose, so that there's no way to even have order. They said we need more people down there. They're going to need troops, National Guard, and a lot of help just to get it back to where it was when Trump left office. And I think that's a step in the right direction. I think you're going to see also governors jump all in to help with resources as well.
You know, Cheryl, one of the interesting things I find about a lot of these EOs as I read through them, I know you mentioned you were reading through one, I know Stephen Miller is behind a lot of these. Stephen Miller, people may not know, but for the last 4 years has run a legal advocacy organization. He understands the law. And when you look at this, they specifically cite in the EO that was signed a national emergency at the border that unleashes all sorts of powers. Designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, FTOs, unleashes all sorts of powers. And ironically, citing the Title 10 authorities used by Biden as they make this move. It is so well thought out.
It is, and those legal protections are in place. They also are put in legal protections as far as the sanctuary city goes. That's where we're seeing the fight back now is coming from the sanctuary cities, whether it's New York or it's Denver or, even like Boston, we're going to see some things. But I think at the end of the day, what I found so interesting about the way that this was all phrased is actually it enables, to your point, the military to come in. That has to go through the Pentagon, but that's in place. That's why you need the defense secretary nomination to be confirmed sooner rather than later, because that all has to get processed through the Defense Department. I realize there's an acting defense secretary right now, but we need clarity with that. Back to what's happening here in New York, how soon did you see crying immigrants when the CBP1 app was shut down? How fast did that video get out there? Well, more of that's coming from places. That is coming from the other side. They're also
it's a campaign.
Building their legal challenges and campaigning to make sure that this becomes the emotional look at what Trump is doing.
This is the AOC kids in cages moment where
Harris,
it's crying.
We did see 22 states are now suing over the birthright citizenship.
Yeah, just to finish up on what you're just saying. Yeah, some of it is political, but some of it is also they were sold a bill of goods on the other side of the border because there's a magnet up here that says if you can come across that border any old kind of way, even if you have to be, and forgive it, but it's true, put yourself in danger to be raped by the drug cartels, you go for it and you get on that. And then there's this promise, this magnet, that this current administration, meaning Biden's at the time, won't do anything but help you. They'll give you debit cards in New York. They'll do everything that you might even get to vote it if you came here as a non-citizen illegally. I mean, the world is your oyster, and now they realize it isn't. So it doesn't take much to get them to the point where they're emotional. That dream is closing. They're going to have to do it the right way.
Yeah. Tom Homan cited that they might go after.
All right, good, because we're going to pivot and we're going to cover some other big breaking news from last week. But DEI has DIE'd apparently on the vine and probably goes no further. Hopefully, some of the other things that came along with that, other four-letter words like WOKE and things like that, also become just a thing in history that people study in psychology class, right? These phenomenons have popped up, these type of feverish Trump derangement syndrome type of eras. Maybe we can get past that a little bit and get back to the globalists who are trying to wreck our country, that really aren't on the radar of the president-in-chief type character over there. So we got to be vigilant and be on the lookout. But what were the thoughts that you noted while we were going through that, Scotty?
Well, so I don't know if you were following this whole Pete Hegseth thing. I don't know if we're going to be talking about that. I mean, I don't really know, dude. The whole thing is just pretty bizarre when it comes to him. But one of the criticisms that they were levying against him was that he made a statement alluding to the fact that women shouldn't be active duty in the military, right? And it's like, I see some interesting stuff tonight, some interesting evidence, like shooting people in the leg.
Let's
and
put it like this:
duty,
there are plenty of fantastic women who could be active duty in the military in a variety of capacities, including in a war fighting on the front line type of thing. But they are few and far between. And to have 40% of the Coast Guard just meeting some DEI quota so that when you and your loved ones are in the need of the Coast Guard, you're not able to be physically helped. Like, for instance, I have a friend and he did pararescue and stuff like that. And I said, when there's too many people to rescue, how do you choose who to rescue? If a ship is sinking and there's more people than you can fit on the helicopter and they just dropped you down in the fucking dark, how do you figure out who to save? He said, you swim the people, you save the people who swim toward you and don't fight back. Because anyone else needs to be probably left at the scene. You can only save so many, and that's how you make those hard choices in those situations. So in these types of situations, who are the people who are actually looking for help and not fighting back and, trying to make a better world? We can find common ground and bond with them over truth. We're not going to make real connections trying to bond over the mythologies, the legends, and the lies that have been told, especially for the past 4 years. And it's not just a political thing. It's just like our political thing really opened the gates for the deep state and the globalists to have a lot more influence in our country than any individual would give their capacity to approve of if you were fully informed.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm not even really disparaging women, like, and their ability to do it. I'm more so just implying, like, my whole point was, like, shame on the guys for even letting them do this in the first place. Like, come on, guys, step up. Jeez.
And as far as women in general are involved, anyone with the capacity to give life to other human beings and go through that experience on a regular basis, generation after generation, bravo.
Yeah, that's good enough. You don't need to be.
I mean,
shooting.
you don't have to be everything to everybody.
You don't have to go die for Israel, dude. Leave it to the men to go do that. Okay, Jesus.
Well, there's quite a lot of talk these past couple of days about Israel because Trump's restoring certain things, and I guess Biden was holding back on the bombs, but now the bombs are going forward, and Trump's talking about like just get the rest of the people out of Gaza so they can rebuild it. So there's a whole bunch of points I could really disagree with that whole administration. If you look at my Twitter today, there's you would get that if you were MAGA and you looked at my Twitter and you'd be like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" That's what I hope people will catch on to. Like, there's a bigger picture unfolding. Trump's just a little tiny part of it. It's like a fractal. Like, you get into the bigger parts of the fractal, they're more interesting, and their agenda is more clearly noted over a longer period of time. It's just it's like when you look at the stock market chart on a too short of a period of time, it's not useful to you. But you're like seeing the trends over weeks, months, years. You're like, oh, I see where this is going. That's my point. That's like the whole arc of my production career for the past 20 years.
There was some interesting stuff this week though. So I don't know. There's this clip that I think it was Jeffrey Sachs who was really going hard on Israel. Like, called them out so hard, like harder than I've ever seen anybody in a public.
That's one of the reasons I know he's real, because if you're not, like, if you're just one of the kept sheep in their menagerie of spoken word people, then you don't have to say stuff like that. But he actually cares about human beings.
Yeah.
It seems. And he does have positions of an informed nature on these aspects.
Yep.
And we featured Jeffrey Sachs because he debated Kamala's dad back in 1989. You can find it with Clip Genie, right? So, like, he's someone you do want to listen to and weigh his words and compare them to reality. And where they fit up, you want to take those and say, that's good stuff.
Totally. But then Trump posted that on his Truth Social of Jeffrey Sachs calling. I was like, what the hell? You're not allowed to do that, dude.
Look,
so that was interesting. And then I heard there's a guy who was appointed as the Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. And he's like total, like, against what's going on with Israel. And then all the people are calling him anti-Semitic and blah, blah, blah. So I thought that was really interesting too. So
on Rumble, I have a special called what is Underground History of the Israel-Palestine Conflict. People interested might want to check that out. As far as Trump goes, you have to go back in time. You know, he's had a son-in-law for, I don't know, a decade, 20 years. I don't know how long that's been going on. I don't really know that he was fully read in on who Jared was when that all got going. I mean, because Jared's dad just used to be a guy in prison for some, you know, financial criminal shenanigans and stuff, who has since been pardoned. I forget which president pardoned. Maybe it was Trump. But somebody gave Jared's dad a pardon. So Jared's really just been a front for a whole syndicate of investors. And yeah, he's like a front man, businessman to orchestrate, which is not unlike what Trump has been his entire career. Right? Trump didn't build all those buildings with his money. He went to banks and he went to other people who loan money, like the Rothschild family once upon a time. And then he used their money and put his name on it. In the 1991 Bloomberg article, the Donald Trump card, which you cannot find on Bloomberg, but you can find on archive.org or in Clip Genie, because I've talked about it before. Page 3 of that article talks about the Rothschild. You know, Trump was going bankrupt. They owed everybody money, or he owed everybody money. Rothschild decided they would keep Trump's name on the buildings, even though they're not going to be his buildings anymore. And the Rothschild Inc. North American branch decided Trump had really good marketing power, but, you know, wasn't going to hold that property anymore. When Trump became president of these United States the first time, He appointed as his Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross, formerly of Rothschild Inc., as the Commerce Secretary to pay back that debt. Now, you might think it's just coincidental because Rothschild Inc. is involved, and these things are like 20, 30 years apart, bro. But Wilbur Ross is in the first article, and Wilbur Ross was the guy who got appointed. So it's not just like a Rothschild Inc. Like those dots have more detail if you zoom into them. And so I have more. I try to set my expectations to reality, and I'm disappointed a lot less. So I know that Trump's he's in the Wrestling Hall of Fame. There's a whole bunch of aspects to it. On the other side, I don't like Trump's a good actor. Maybe he's acting. Maybe he doesn't really love America. Maybe he's just doing this to get everyone saying, yay, yay. I think it's more nuanced than that. I don't think the deep state's good at acting. They're really shitty at it, actually. But they all act in unison like they hate Trump pretty bad. Chuck Schumer, a whole bunch of people that were involved in Ross's case that are also Trump's enemies, they don't like what he's doing whatsoever. And even though Trump got in bed with Gavi and has this Project Stargate stuff, like that's a much ado about stuff that hasn't happened yet. It's a bunch of fluff, just like the Google Willow chip, right? There's fluff on both sides. So let's cut down to what the reality is. Reality is there's a lot of credible information that you're going to see tonight about technocracy. And once the larger audience, once it trickles downhill, once it goes from the James Corbett, Jason Burmis, Whitney Webb, Derek Bros, like our level down, as it gets wider distribution and watered down, you'll see it like on the quartering or someplace, and people will finally figure it out before it gets to $500 billion invested, right? So we just have to be patient and know that truth trickles downhill and they will get it eventually. But right now we are the early adopters, and we proved it during the pandemic. If you go back to 2020, watch episode 1 of this podcast. We've built these 220 episodes in a non-contradictory way. So it's not like we're telling you different stuff every week. There is a body of knowledge and detail that needs to be filled in so you can understand. And we endeavor to kind of purvey that week by week, little bits of news, a little bit of history to go with it. And with that, you get a stronger brain and an understanding of reality that's not all fragmented and changed and bright, shiny things all over, because that's how mainstream media works. It's news today and forgotten about within 48 hours like it never happened. They will tell you something opposite and gaslight you. So, you ever see anything like that, Scott? Gaslighting going on in the public?
Of course. I mean, yeah, you don't get any of that around here, folks. We keep it real, keep it 100. We got the receipts and we got the archive you could pour back into, and it's like we try to do things differently around here. You know what I mean? We got to hold ourselves to a higher standard.
Yeah, we try to do it the right way, and if the right way is not being demonstrated in a marketplace, then this is kind of what it looks like. It might be a little rough around the edges sometimes, but we're doing it live.
Yep, that's what done right looks like. And there you go.
Well, you can't be afraid of failure and those things along the way. You need to embrace those complexities, because that's when you get into learning and growth mode, and all the good things happen. I wanted to point out once again, just in case someone joined late to the show, we have our first screening on autonomyscreenings.com. First screening coming up this week, 4 to 7 p.m. Eastern time on Friday, January 31st. So we're getting it in January. We're not starting in February. State of Mind, The Psychology of Control. This is a film that I co-wrote and I am featured in. It is the 90-minute version. We're going to have live Q&A afterwards. You can watch it for free. You can watch all the films on Autonomy Screenings for free, and you can get a pass to see everything for the next year for free if you click the Join for Free button. I know it's really complicated, but I think you guys can figure that out. The next film we're going to do after State of Mind is The Minds of Men by Aaron and Melissa Dykes. It will also be on a Friday with a live Q&A to talk about what we learned. It's going to go over 3 weeks. We're going to do an hour and 15 minutes each week because it's really dense and well documented, and there's a lot to discuss. So again, you go to autonomyscreenings.com, you click Join for Free, and then you can learn all about that. Now, I do have one other issue. After these screenings, it's on Friday night. So the screenings will have Q&A. It'll conclude. Then we'll have the Autonomy Quest, where people who are interested in outgrowing their status quo, They can come to a low pressure area. They can hear from graduates sharing success stories. They can get their questions answered. And it's the preliminary to maybe watching the primer course or getting on a call with a graduate and discussing the myriad options. We also have this quarter coming out, Autonomy for everybody. So it's an Autonomy Silver package. It's going to be free because I'm tired of all the excuses of I can't afford the thing. This is the skill set that allows you to earn the things going forward in life. And if you don't have it, it's always a struggle to make ends meet and to pay the bills and to get the things you need. When you do have the skills, it's just like, oh, I have to go apply the skills. Do I have time in my schedule? 186 hours? Yeah, I think I have a couple hours. I'll go apply my skills. Get money as you need it from the marketplace. Because you have a defined skill set, you have an offer in the market, and you have the scalability of knowing how to market yourself in that marketplace. So if that interests you, Autonomy is found at getautonomy.info. And right now, we're going to cut to a block. But first, we're going to see the first introduction for the primer course. If you went to getautonomy.info at the top of the page, it says schedule a call right here. And if you made it to the middle of the page, you get to go to the primer course. What you're going to see is the intro to that primer course. So you would know why you would want to go to getautonomy.info and check it out, because it is there to answer all of your questions and to demystify the whole path so that we can get to people who love freedom and liberty before taking it to a wider market where people don't care so much about all the things we all care about. So this is about emboldening our economic immune system and then taking it to a larger audience as capable people who can respond to various situations with a calm, cool, collected attitude and the get her done mentality of no excuses. And this is how we make progress and resolve problems, overcome obstacles, etc. So LD, take it away. Thank you. As far back as we can see in human history, for all individuals, education has and is foundational to living a meaningful and satisfying life because it liberates us from superstitions of unreality, and it allows us to plan our future based on reality. The ability to plan and self-educate is essential to human survival, and unlike animals, we lack the ability to survive without accurate planning for our future. Now, there was a time when schooling delivered individuals a chance to strive for independence, abundance, and a lifestyle of liberty. In today's fast-changing world, traditional schooling no longer prepares individuals for the rigors and challenges of responsible adulthood. Successful individuals have always known the value of self-education in the direction of our goals, to map our dreams to reality through decisions and commitments, goals, and tangible actions which deliver the desired result. The system is crushing people because they can't effectively monetize their existing skills, nor can they readily, easily, and continuously learn new, higher value skills, more utility to the market they can provide, if Yoda were to say it. The massive potential of the internet era has ignited an ever-evolving opportunity to outgrow our challenges and problems and flourish in a snag-free lifestyle. Instead, people have been passively sitting by as over $1 trillion is invested into the artificial intelligence market, never thinking for themselves to embolden their own natural intelligence and pattern recognition skills. It's time to scale up or be overwhelmed with the forthcoming technocratic deluge, which will drown most who haven't leveled up their skills beyond their schooling and indoctrination. I've said for many years, your brain is a quantum computer between your ears. It can provide you with all the answers you need if you program it properly and feed it quality data, but we've been indoctrinated. That equals garbage in equals garbage out. Your brain is meant to serve you. We have to clean up the data. The ability to observe and qualify data as knowledge is a faculty almost lost in our world today, but it's available for those who seek intellectual self-defense skills and excel in life. Now, seizing the opportunity to direct your own learning expedites your skills and elevates your earning potential in the marketplace. Excusing ourselves away from our rights, our needs, and our potential development are no longer doing our best for ourselves. So, what could you imagine would happen for yourself if you reprioritized only 10% of your time per week as a means to acquire the knowledge, understanding, skills, experience, and network to close the gaps on your goals? Maybe you've tried to elevate your game by taking online courses or watching YouTube. Those depend a lot on your self-discipline and your method of learning your way through to make it work for you. In other words, Most courses suck by design, and they're not created with an architecture to support the weight of the knowledge transfer that you need to close those gaps. I've created a learning system that can actually help. It doesn't suck. In fact, it's a world-class offering, uniquely packaged so that each and every student and participant can achieve growth on their own schedule consistently as they overcome their obstacles. What follows is a new way of handling the age-old problem of self-education to survive and thrive in the world. It's your chance to outgrow your status quo, to gain new skills, to elevate your perspective on opportunity, to meet people along the way who help you achieve the goals beyond your present capabilities. Autonomy is unlike any other educational offering on the planet. It's an incubator for growth, an accelerator for creating relationships, creating and establishing long-term relationships. It's an elevator of understanding and a generator for creating plans, expediting and solving life's problems and challenges, and overcoming the obstacles blocking your path. Doing so on a consistent basis with a calm, cool, collected atmosphere. It all happens here. And with nearly 1,000 graduates, I know what I teach works. I know you have the ability to learn it. I know it can work for you as well or better than it has for me. When I acquired these skills for myself, it was a struggle because I had never invested that much in my own self-education. However, I would never have earned a 200-fold return on my investment in the first 5 years of applying these skills in the marketplace. That was a game changer for me. This is truly $1 million education, and everything I teach is what I've used for my own growth and success over the past 3 decades. Sharing the opportunity to do so is likewise a game changer for those who are willing to know and willing to learn and show up for themselves in the game of life. And with all that being said, I invite you to engage in finding out for yourself in the Autonomy Primer course. I'll see you on the other side.
Wow, promises made, promises kept. This will probably be the latest video I've ever released on this channel in the day, so I don't know if anyone's going to check it. But Donald Trump leave a like on the video, hopefully, if you appreciate the extra coverage. I've been streaming all day, and it's going on 8 o'clock my time, and Donald Trump just dropped like 150 executive orders, held an epic press conference in which some Brazilian reporter kept interrupting him every 2 seconds. She must have been absolutely beautiful, I imagine. But first of all, leave a like in the video. Donald Trump just freed all of the J6 prisoners, 1,500 or so, pardoned, completely pardoned. And that includes some of the more controversial ones, Enrique and some of the other people from the news and things like that. They're all freed or commuted. 1,500 freed, and I think 6 or 7 commutations. Not only that, he ended foreign aid, or he put a pause on all foreign aid. He's defending women from wild gender ideology. There's a lot. He's withdrawn from the WHO. I mean, it's so many wins. It's hard for me to keep up with it. Let's go through them. By the way, if you enjoy my coverage, if you want to hang out for our live streams, please do subscribe. Either download the Rumble app, follow on Quartercast. Either way, I'm happy that you are tuning into the live show. I believe it's really the future. Here's some of my favorite clips from tonight.
First, we have a list of
the very first thing he did.
Pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
Okay, and how many people is this?
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
So this is January 6th, and these are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
Full pardon or commutation?
Full pardon.
We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research.
Okay.
Nice to see you again.
And you, sir.
There were 6 commutations, I believe,
Big one.
Which included a few of the bigger names, like Joseph Biggs. But you see, basically everyone that had their commutations, for the most part, were probably people that already had time served. These people were put in prison for ridiculous reasons, for ridiculous sentence times. And I'm glad, promises made, promises kept. He also said American women are now hereby protected from radical gender ideology.
Protecting women from radical gender ideologies.
Ooh. Mr. President, going back to the war.
There's an annoying Brazilian reporter. Now, there are still more and more that are getting released, but this particular one defending them says that in this policy, the United States will recognize two genders, male and female. These are not changeable and are grounded in a fundamental, incontrovertible reality. Under my direction, the executive branch will enforce protective laws to promote this reality, and the following definitions shall govern all executive interpretation and application of federal law. Now, gender and one's, biology refers to its immutable biological classification as either male or female. It is not a synonym and will not include the concept of gender identity. Women or girls shall be meant as adult and juvenile human females respectively. Man or man, boy and boy shall mean adult or juvenile human males respectively. Absolutely bodies gender ideology. He also decided today that he would designate the cartels as terror organizations. The reason that's important is because it opens up Donald Trump to a lot more liberties in terms of going after these organizations and the nations that are harboring them. This is obviously specifically Mexico, obviously. Also implementing Doge.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as Doge.
Okay, that's a big one.
Is Elon Musk going to get a West Wing office?
No, he's getting an office for about 20 people that we're hiring to make sure that these get implemented. We have a problem in this country. You sign an executive order, it doesn't get done for 6 months.
Right.
As an example, when we allowed the J6 hostages to go out, it might not be approved under the old days for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 months. They had a good ruling from the Supreme Court, and it's like nothing happened. That ruling was 6 months ago, you know that. Mm-hmm. And it was like they didn't have a ruling. They've been treated very unfair. The judges have been absolutely brutal. The prosecutors have been brutal. Nobody's ever treated people in this country.
I agree.
Mr. President, are you commuting this?
He has also left the World Health Organization.
What is this one?
Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir.
Ooh, based?
So we paid $500 million to World Health.
Why?
And I terminated it. China with 1.4 billion people. We have 350 to pay. Nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally.
Yeah.
Let's say we have 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million. We were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back for 39 million. In theory, it should be less than that, but and when Biden came back, they came back for 500 million. He knew that you could have come back for 39 million. They wanted us back so badly, so we'll see what happens.
This is called the art of the deal. Maybe he will join the WHO. Maybe he won't. But he does talk about in some of his executive orders that, enough is enough. Lots of people are taking advantage of the United States, and it's time for that to stop. Here is yet another executive order ending birthright citizenship.
What might be a first step?
This next order relates to the definition of birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment of the United States.
That's a good one. Birthright. That's a big one.
What about that one in the court? That one is likely to be.
Could be. We think we have good grounds, but you could be right. I mean, you'll find out. It's ridiculous.
We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know.
Correct.
And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, we'll see. We think we have very good grounds.
What might be a first
I mean, I think probably one of my favorite. Now, there is this website where, the whitehouse.gov, where they are pumping out these policies like crazy. For example, ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. Absolutely. Ending DEI in our militaries, in our federal government, with hiring, all of that, absolutely great. You have reforming the federal hiring process and restoring merit. So essentially getting rid of race-based hiring practices. Establishing DOGE, which you talked about. Protecting states from foreign people, good. Unleashing Alaska, good. One thing we haven't seen, and like a lot of people are telling me, Jeremy, relax. He's going to do it. He said day one, not hour one. Fair. But I am hoping that we see Ross freed today. I am concerned that he wasn't in that first batch. He said day one, not minute one. But this is a promise that Donald Trump made.
And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served.
This is a promise he made to the Libertarian Party to get half of their vote, because the other half voted for that woke lunatic. But Ross should be freed. The creator of Silk Road was wildly over-sentenced, languishing away. According to Luke Rutkowski, talked to his mother, and as of right now, he has not been freed. That takes some time. Maybe he hasn't signed the paperwork yet. I'm pretty tired from streaming all day, so I'm hoping to wake up to a Ross commutation. I'm sure Trump said he had like 1,000 executive orders, so that's one I'm waiting on. Otherwise, I'll give today an A grade. If he frees Ross by the time I wake up, A+, most effective first day in the presidential history. Do me a favor, if you made it to the end of the video, I know not many people do, please do go subscribe. If you're a YouTube-only viewer,
sources tell CNN that Trump administration officials have discussed inviting some pardoned January 6 convicts to the White House for a potential visit and meeting with the president. One of the officers attacked on January 6, Michael Fanone, joins us now. First, your reaction to these discussions happening in the White House, Michael, to invite some of the rioters to the White House.
I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Donald Trump has, ingratiated himself with these violent criminals ever since he announced his candidacy from Waco, Texas. That being said, it's obviously outrageous. It's an insult. But Donald Trump is an insurrectionist president, and so I think it's fitting, to be honest with you.
Tell us more about this phone call that police received. I'm assuming you received it from DOJ as well, that the January 6 rioters who were testified against will be released.
Interestingly enough, I didn't get those phone calls, but I know that the individuals that were charged with assaulting have been released. And let's talk about who these individuals are, because I want the American people to understand fully. I want every person that comes on CNN and defends these pardons to understand who these individuals were. They are Daniel Rodriguez, an individual who applied a taser device to my neck while I was being restrained multiple times. Daniel Rodriguez admitted his conduct, pled guilty, and was sentenced to 12 and a half years in prison. He is now free. Kyle Young pled guilty, admitted that while I was being restrained, assaulted, and beaten, he attempted to remove my gun from its holster, all while individuals were telling him to kill me with my gun. Thomas Civic, who stripped me of my badge and radio, again, while I was being assaulted and restrained, and Albuquerque Cosper Head, who grabbed me around the neck, pulled me off a police line out into the crowd of these violent insurrectionists, allowing this assault to take place while he yelled out, "I've got one." These are violent criminals whose conduct on January 6th, many of whom pled guilty to and were sentenced to lengthy jail sentences. They are all now free. Make no mistake about it, I am less safe. My family is less safe because of what Donald Trump and the American people who supported him have done.
Everything you just mentioned, what has the impact been on you personally with your physical health and your mental health?
I mean, I'm still here. I'm not going to go away. I'm not going to be quiet. I'm going to push back against these outrageous actions by Donald Trump and his supporters.
You say that you feel less safe, that your family is less safe now that these rioters that you mentioned have been pardoned. How so? Tell us about that and how you feel less safe right now.
I mean, listen, these are individuals who assaulted law enforcement officers at the behest of Donald Trump, the president. They are now free. Donald Trump has told the American people, if you commit crimes on my behalf, I've got your back. I will pardon you. I will absolve you of any accountability. What message do you think that sends to Donald Trump's supporters? People like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the Three Percenters, these violent anti-government groups who Donald Trump has brought into his inner circle. It says, go out there and assault my detractors. Go out there and silence those that would stand up against me, and I will make sure that you are never held to account. The rule of law in this country is dead. Criminal justice in this country is dead. And people like myself cannot turn to the institutions traditionally charged with protecting American citizens from violent attacks just like this. Because the Department of Justice is not the independent body that we have all come to know and respect. The Department of Justice is Donald Trump's Department of Justice. The FBI is Donald Trump's FBI. Local law enforcement is Donald Trump's local law enforcement. Make no mistake about it. These police departments, they will fall in line with Donald Trump and his orders. You will not see the mass resignations that so many people have speculated would occur when Donald Trump comes in, tears up the Constitution, and starts doing whatever the hell he wants to do.
I believe we have sound from the Oath Keepers leader, Stuart Rhodes, who spoke after he was released from prison. I want to listen to that and then get your reaction to that on the other side, Michael. So let's listen.
Any regrets? No, I don't, because we did the right thing. We were there to protect Trump supporters from Antifa. We were there to protect and secure 2 permitted events on Capitol grounds where members of Congress were going to speak. The guys that went inside did not commit any crimes. In fact, they helped people. They helped the police and helped the people out.
He says he has no regrets. What do you say, Michael?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I would say to Stuart Rhodes. Go fuck yourself.
Okay.
You're a liar.
We didn't obviously get to beep that word out, but obviously this is personal to you, Michael. This is very personal to you. Have you been getting any threats? You talked about safety. You worried for your safety and for your family. Have you been getting any direct threats?
I never stopped getting threats. I mean, my family, the threats have never stopped. I didn't even make it through my congressional testimony during the select committee hearing before I received my first threat.
And they just continue?
In recent months, and they continue. In recent months, my mother has had her home swatted. She's a 76-year-old woman who lives alone. She has had bricks thrown at her house in the middle of the night. And just a few months ago, she was out raking the leaves in her front yard when an individual pulled up in a truck and threw a bag of shit on her. Wow. All because her son had the courage to testify about his experiences on January 6th as a police officer in this country.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the U.S. Capitol building. If you've joined us today for the insurrection, please make your way to the Upper West Terrace interior, where the doors will be opening shortly. Please stay in single file, stay behind the safety cordon at all time, and if you get lost, please speak to a Capitol police officer. They'll be sure to point you in the right direction. And the owner of a beige Ford Focus, plate ending 182, please report to reception as you've left your lights on.
What's going on, everyone? Jeremy here from The Quartering, and some pretty big news coming out, obviously, yesterday after a flurry of executive orders. I'm still watching Trump to see if we get a free Ross order today. I guess Elon Musk said that it's coming today. That was kind of the last of his big day one promises that I at least remember that he made to people. But last night, the very first, I believe, executive order he signed when he was in the Oval Office was in fact a pardon. And it was a pardon for what I can tell is the overwhelming majority of people that were, in my opinion, wrongly imprisoned. Except that's where the deep state said, no, we're not going to comply. They're already fighting him, refusing to release these people. And the scene outside the DC jail sees some of these guys coming out in stretchers. I don't know what's going on. This is an important story, but given the nature of it, I know that the old YouTube isn't going to like it. So I'm really glad I have this sponsor for it real quick. This is Sheath. Check it out. Huge shout out to this video sponsor for the holidays. Sheath has also rolled out new holiday ring for 20% off for the channel. I only ask, give them a try. I really think you're going to like their product. And I know it's weird to think about, changing that up, especially after wearing the same thing forever, but give it a try. And they're definitely a company that does not mess around with woke nonsense. And I think you really like them. So Trump issues 1,500 pardons for January 6th. Defendants, we're going to release our great hostages. And that's the correct word for it, to be totally honest with you. I can't think of a better word for it. Now, some of these people did break the law. Here's the thing. There's two groups of these individuals. The first is people that, at least in my opinion, should never have been arrested. At the very minimum, never should have been in jail. And then there's a second group of people where maybe they did something that, is jailable. Maybe they got into a brawl or something like that, but they were wildly over-sentenced. Then you had people like Enrique and others who were very politically sentenced, and reports even indicate that they were offered no jail time if they would simply say that Donald Trump told them to do it, and they refused, instead eating a 25-year penalty in prison. So Washington, President issued pardons on Monday to hundreds of participants in the worst day in American history ever, according to Democrats. The newly sworn-in 47th president signed the document commuting 14 sentences and offering a full and complete unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses related to the events. I will say this, they've been in jail a very long time already. I see people who do far worse in this country get 2 years, maybe 1 year, maybe no time at all. So they've already been in jail for a long time. These people have been destroyed. Trump said to the Oval Office when asked about the benefit, if any of the beneficiaries have been put their hands on cops, so to speak. The wild thing is, even if they had, right, most of these people were incredibly over-sentenced. Here you have families and supporters sing the national anthem for the J6 detainees outside the DC jail, where I believe the overwhelming majority of them are being held. Not a great effort. But the fact that they're there and it's like 20 below zero, I'd say that's pretty good. And let's see. Here you have some of the reactions. By the way, here you go. As of 51 minutes ago, the residue of the swamp can't even release their hostages with dignity. It's over. Let them go home. Here's one of the tapes.
I'm giving you literally all I got. But no more are going to be released tonight, okay? And
why not?
Tomorrow is a brand new day. We'll see what tomorrow brings, okay? I'll probably be here with you.
What do you mean tomorrow's a brand new day? Let them out. The president himself said, free them. Let them out. I don't care what you have to do. Do your job. All right, I remember I had to bail somebody out not that long ago. And it was ridiculous, a ridiculous process. But I wasn't the president, right? The president himself said, yo, let these people out. You all work for the president. Go do your job.
Okay?
It's a violation. You don't release them after release.
Of the law, right?
Can we?
No, I was told no more tonight.
No more tonight.
No more tonight. Okay?
We trust you.
And tomorrow, I don't know. Okay?
I mean, what?
That's the best I got for you.
Can you tell us the condition of the prisoners?
Nope. I'm sure they're fine.
We just worry that you release them after we left.
No. The commander has assured me no more.
Imagine sitting 4 years in prison and they're saying, oh, well, we'll get to it when we get to it. Now, I will admit, I don't know how many of them were in that particular facility. Maybe it was 100, 200, 300. Paperwork does have to be done, and it wasn't signed until almost 8 o'clock Eastern time last night. That's probably a lot of paperwork, I imagine. But, there's really no excuse to say, look, I'll authorize overtime or whatever. Get this out. People are outside, rallying for them. Of course, anti-Trump protesters are currently clashing with them. Why? Because these people are probably paid to be there. They're losers. They have nothing to do with their lives. I gotta turn the music off, but here you have an anti-Trump protester getting owned by cops saying, get out of here. I mean, it's good to see they did their job, wheeling away this one soy-infused loser who wants to harass these people who are probably families, friends, and supporters of people who are sitting in prison unrightfully.
Right over on the other side. No, sir. No, let him go in there. I'm going to lock him up myself.
Yeah, people are saying,
go on in if you want to. I'm going to lock him up.
Yeah, go on in if you want to, it says, right? These people are going to eat you alive. Now, do I think every Capitol police officer is complicit in delaying this? No, I don't. I think the boots on the ground that are standing outside in the ice cold probably have nothing to do with it. You can see Laura Loomer writes, my friend Joe has officially been released. He's a combat veteran who served 17 years, or who was sentenced to 17 years in prison over that day. I attended his trial in D.C. and raised thousands of dollars for his defense. I personally advocated for him to receive a pardon.
Well, obviously, it's Donald Trump's first week in office, and the media is reacting about as you would expect. Now, there's raging debate over Elon Musk's alleged Nazi salute, and I know Crystal and Sagar covered that yesterday, but we wanted to bring this clip of Rachel Maddow reacting to the moment that Elon Musk, he says, gave his heart out to the audience. That was the line he followed up the salute with. But here's what Rachel Maddow had to say, and then we'll bring you a fun clip from The View, so stay tuned for that.
My heart goes out to you.
He does it twice. And again, maybe that's not what he meant. Maybe he doesn't know what that is. That happened today. What we're seeing here with the January 6th pardons, this kind of thing does have the benefit of novelty, right? We've never quite seen something like this before. But like with the corruption, the boring thing about it is that we know exactly what this leads to. Authoritarian rulers all over the world have always liked to have paramilitary, loyal but unofficial perpetrators of violence and menace to work on their behalf, to intimidate and hurt anyone in opposition, to make it too scary for normal people to participate in politics or civic life, to make everybody who might oppose Trump in any way worry about the thugs that might turn up at their door. Trump pardoning and releasing from prison the January 6 defendants, including the paramilitaries, means he is effectively immunizing his followers from committing violence in his name. He's making clear, if you support me, the law doesn't apply to you. We've had political violence before. We've had civil war. But before, each of those things has been treated as a calamity and a scandal. This time, it's a platform.
Okay, Ryan, so what she did there was make this case that Elon Musk, and if people were listening to this, they didn't see on the screen what her chyron, well, it wasn't the chyron, it was a picture box on the screen said was all caps, "This is not a drill." And so she's making the case that Elon Musk's, what she seemed to believe was a suggestion or a gesture towards, metaphorically and literally, that kind of fascist right-wing and maybe even Nazi history, what she's saying is that ties into the J6 pardons because it's this nudging of paramilitary groups that support Trump to kind of mobilize and rally behind him. So what did you...
That's an interesting hypothesis that Maddow makes because, Elon did. He touched his heart and then raised his hand like that. And I saw somebody else do that at the inauguration. It was probably afterwards, maybe at the after party. I think Trump was speaking and he thanked the audience, and a gentleman, I think in a gray suit, stood up and he did the same thing. And I'm pretty sure that precedes Musk doing that. So Musk standing backstage or whatever, sees that guy get the spotlight, do that thing. He might have thought that's pretty cool. I don't know. But there's another problem with her idea. She's talking about the brown shirts, basically, of the Nazis, right? They were these guys kind of like henchmen. They weren't, if I remember it correctly from history class that I didn't get in high school, 1933, Hitler takes power. He starts building up his network of industrialists. A lot of them are empowered by the political party. The Nazi brown shirts go around and create terrorism and a fervor to get people to support his National Socialist agenda. And then they create the actual like Nazi military, SS, and all the other stuff that comes with tiny mustache guy, right? If you go back in history to the people who funded the Nazis, it's a fascinating little train of abuses. But if you go back to like Nazi eugenics, for instance, that comes from influence from the United States and Great Britain, right? So some of the worst things ever done in history, they're inspired by Tiny Mustache Man being inspired by Cold Spring Harbor and Long Island doing eugenics projects, the various Fabian socialists who supported the Nazis from the Anglo-American establishment, and the various aspects of let's go to Anthony Sutton, who wrote this book. If we go to Sutton, we can find his other books. Let's see. America's Secret Establishment, Skull and Bones. No, that's boring. How the Order Controls Education. That's boring. Military Aid to the Soviet Union. No. National Suicide. Military Aid to the Soviet Union. Federal Reserve Trilaterals. Where is the book? Oh, wait. Wall Street and FDR. Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution. Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler. Oh, let's click there. Gee, these banking cartels that funded Hitler are also the same banking cartels that funded the Bolshevik Revolution. That's pretty fascinating. But it's more fascinating to know that they also controlled Wall Street and FDR's, behind this whole thing. It's all the same thing. You got Wall Street attorneys and you got London bankers. Okay? So there's how the world works from what they taught you in school, and there's how the world works of what you can learn from reading, right? Reading your way forward, asking questions, finding answers, just the basics, the basic level, like read a book, understand what's in the book, right? Being able to go through and substantiate and find source material to understand reality is something probably more worthwhile than what most people are doing with their professional time or their so-called spare time. So anyway, there's a lot more to the deep state and how they work, but you got to learn a little bit at a time because, as they say, Rome was not built in a day. I don't know. Is that too Nazi for Maddow? My point would be she's an Oxford Rhodes Scholar, and the same infrastructure that brought her to power also, once upon a time, funded the Tiny Mustache Man. So I think her audience is about played out. They're no longer in political power, and I would expect her to move on. Maybe she'll start a podcast or something like that. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah. Well, I mean, she's just grasping at straws at this point. I mean, that's all you got, really. Like just to feed the same amount of like information to enrage your audience the way she did before. It's like you got nothing to work with now, so that's all you got.
The rage tank is all gone. He said he wants to be a unifier.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? You got nothing left. Like, so they're just gonna, just the more they just
gaslight harder,
pull out the same tired like racism and Nazi this. It's just we're over that. We're so past that. Like, it's just not gonna work anymore. It doesn't have the same substance that it maybe once did for that type of people,
Although maybe, like if she compared Trump's speech to Hitler's speech translated to English with AI, I don't know. There might be congruities. I don't know. I've never listened to that other thing, right? Maybe that should be her homework while she's trying to define herself away from Chris Hedges.
Yep. Well, I've been spending a lot of time this week saying my heart goes out to you, to people. It's like the dude dog whistle. My heart goes out to you.
My heart goes out to you. My heart goes out to you, and I wish them well. The famous words. Words. All right. Well, Ghislaine Maxwell is still alive. Bill Barr is still making sure that she's alive because, that was the whole thing back in the day. We're going to continue into, I found the about to be FBI director's little 5-minute speech. Like, it just played next on a video I was watching. I was like, oh, Kash Patel. I know a little bit about him. I know some people who know him. But I don't know too much about him or his background or why he does what he does with such, vitality, let's say. Turns out his dad fled Uganda from a genocide that killed hundreds of thousands of people. And so Kash was raised in a place where it's like, hey, we just escaped that terrorism. They have an acute awareness of freedom, let's say. A lot of immigrants who come here by the process do, by the way, value the types of freedom, the brand of freedom that we do still have available in America, despite its many flaws and needs for repair. Like, we still have a good thing going in this country. If you look the entire arc of human history, we got a really good thing going. So let's make it better, not worse. I think the past 4 years is like, how can we make stuff worse? What do we do? Let's take people away from the border. Let's confuse all the kids about this. Let's traumatize people with the mask. Like, it's been a bunch of nonsense. And I think it's time for people to be like, no, we're going to play the record of reality, and we're just going to keep doing that. Thank you very much. We're all good. We're all good on this other nonsense. To get there, we're going to learn a little bit, like I said, from Kash Patel. We're going to learn how Trump signed an executive order to release whatever JFK, RFK, and MLK records they still have after all these years of them not burning them, right? We already know Martin Luther King was killed by the United States government. We already know Robert F. Kennedy, Sr., not Jr., was not killed by Sirhan, who was an MK Ultra patsy, Palestinian patsy, by the way. If you want to look for clues in that case, it is known who shot Robert Kennedy, and it was part of his security detail, and he was shot from behind, which means government helped cover that up. JFK, I don't think you're going to find something too different. It was the United States government. It was the UK government. It's Israel. And you could throw in a sprinkle of NATO if you're looking at the arc of Operation Gladio over the past 80 years. So there's a lot more to these stories, but we're going to get the news of the news. And then we're going to get into some deeper deep state stuff going on for the rest of the episode, because we know people who have a long attention span, they deserve the finest quality of news analysis. So that's what we have coming up. But we had to set kind of the foundation to build all the other things that lead toward Project Stargate and the panopticon that we've been trying to avoid here for quite a long time. But we're also helping new people who are just realizing that this is all going on, right? So we'll start the ramp here, and then we'll go up this way toward the more rarefied and potent information on these topics. Let's get into it, starting right now.
They might as well call it Inauguration Week, because what happened yesterday is going to reverberate for some time. After the inauguration ceremony, the swearing in of Donald Trump as our new president again, he went to the Oval Office and then signed a bunch of executive orders like these.
First, we have a list of pardons and commutations relating to events that occurred on January 6, 2021.
Okay, and how many people is this?
I think this order will apply to approximately 1,500 people, sir.
1,500?
So this is January 6th. These are the hostages. Approximately 1,500 for a pardon.
Yes.
Full pardon.
On day one, just like he promised.
We have about 6 commutations in there where we're doing further research. Nice to see you again.
And there we go. And this isn't about just clearing their record. Many of these hostages are still in prison. Many of them were sentenced to well over a decade in prison when they didn't attack police, they didn't break anything. They just happened to be members of the Proud Boys. And a few of the members on the list of full pardons are Enrique Tarrio, the then, I don't know if he still is the head of the Proud Boys, the then head of the Proud Boys, and Joe Biggs. And after Joe is released, guess where he's going to do his first interview? It certainly isn't going to be with CNN or MSNBC or any of the mainstream outlets, not even Fox News or Newsmax. It will be with InfoWars.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty, because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, And our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm going to make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere.
President Donald Trump has not forgotten the infamous Hunter Biden laptop saga, and on his first day in office, the president signed an executive order to revoke the security clearances of the 51 Intel officials who said that Hunter Biden's laptop contents, which had been first reported by the New York Post, had, quote, all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation.
Now, Trump also separately revoked the security clearance of his former national security advisor, John Bolton. To be clear, Bolton did not sign that letter that we're referring to. But as for the letter, Trump said last June that the 51 officials should be prosecuted for what they did.
Of course, federal officials later confirmed the laptop contents were in fact real. They were not of Russian origin. And as we all know, social media companies actually censored or suppressed the Post's Hunter Biden laptop story leading up to the 2020 election.
Here's Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan's podcast in 2022 explaining what went down.
Biden laptop story, the New York Post.
Yeah, we had that too.
Yeah, so you guys censored that as well?
So we took a different path than Twitter. I mean, basically, the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert. There was we thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. So just be vigilant. What we do is we have if something is reported to us as potentially misinformation, important misinformation, we also have this third-party fact-checking program because we don't want to be deciding what's true and false. And for I think it was 5 or 7 days when it was basically being determined whether it was false, the distribution on Facebook was decreased, but people were still allowed to share it. So you could still share it, you could still consume it.
So when you say the distribution is decreased,
it got shared.
How does that work?
It basically, the ranking in newsfeed was a little bit less. So fewer people saw it than would have otherwise.
I think Mark looks better with long hair. Senator Lindsey Graham wrote on X, very good decision by President Trump to suspend security clearances of the 51 officials who did sign the letter suggesting the laptop was Russian disinformation. The letter was a political document. Signing it was incredibly irresponsible. They deserve to have their security clearances suspended.
Intel historian and former Intel official Mark Stout wrote on Blue Sky, Trump, as threatened, has revoked whatever security clearances the 51 former intelligence officers who signed the letter about Hunter Biden may have still had. He also revoked John Bolton's clearances. I am proud to have worked with and know many of the people on this list. This is a travesty.
Niall, are you in tears about John Bolton losing his security clearance? Are you very, very sad about this?
I'm not overly worried about John Bolton's welfare. I'm sure he'll be fine whether he has security clearance or not. Obviously, the Hunter Biden laptop thing was, I mean, we don't need to go through the whole saga. Most people are aware of it and are aware of what we're talking about. The curious thing I have in my mind when it comes to Trump revoking security clearances is two things. One is, did those officials provably lie about what they said, or were they mistaken? To my knowledge, that has not been proven definitively one way or another, but if it has been proven definitively, I stand corrected. The other thing is just my inherent skepticism about Donald Trump taking the high road about, politicization of intelligence or of security concerns or whatever, when he so constantly traffics in, whatever suits him to say at any particular time.
Well, okay, yeah. If Trump did something bad or Trump people did something bad, it's, always a defense you can go to. I don't know if they were lying. Actually, I probably would not assert that they thought they were knowingly lying. I think the intelligence.
How would one find out? That's a question. Here's how you would find out. First off, you go back to last week's Grand Theft World episode. You use Clip Genie. You find the part where we talked about that. I'm pretty sure what we learned last week was something like that letter was sent out, and within a half hour, all those 51 people signed it. The question would be, if you do the FOIA request, get that email that was sent out probably by the acting director of CIA. The person was named last week. I just forget who it was. And then you would see if there were any attachments to it. In other words, did the, let's say, acting director of CIA send out to 51 former intelligence directors or what have you, an email saying, sign this thing and get it back to me right away? Or did he say, based on this evidence, see attached, this is Russian propaganda, please review it and then add if you agree? You know what I'm saying? Was it a thing that was passed with evidence to give them certainty? Because if that was something, then they signed it, maybe they were deceived. But if he sent that email and got 51 signatures back in a half hour without them needing to see evidence, I'd say it's a highly politicized type of thing that was orchestrated by the deep state in order to prevent people from figuring out what they were doing and how long they had been doing it to us. What do you think, Scott?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you just go back in time and just kind of imagine what it was like back in those days, and seeing something like that come out, and then, with just seeing the full weight of all the social media companies, leveraging that to censor any
in lockstep.
Just like this big, the collusion, the lockstep, like each one of these elements was coordinated, from the private sector with the social media to, the private, the whole thing was just completely orchestrated, which lends itself to, having come from a deep state, I guess you could say. But, that's one of those major rebunked pieces of news where it's like, it was a crazy conspiracy theory, and then, well, everyone just capitulates and admits, yeah, no, I guess that was totally true. So, good that certain things are happening now to kind of rectify that, to make sure something like that doesn't happen again. Like, I mean, is Trump really defeating the deep state? I mean, what's going on here? I mean, the chat's gonna eviscerate me here.
So when I say lockstep, I'm not talking about the 2011 Rockefeller Technology Development paper, in which they had a scenario called lockstep that kind of foreshadowed the whole pandemic lockdown of the world. I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about is Trump got elected. That following week, Google had the famous crybaby meeting where they all had like a struggle session together and they said they're never going to let it happen again. And then they acted very differently going forward. There was a lot more censorship and surveillance and all this sort of stuff that ramped up. And the specific thing that they did in lockstep, from my memory, was when they all banned Alex Jones on the same day. Like within a half hour of him saying some words to Oliver Darcy in the hallway of the Congress while they're covering some, testimony or whatever, they're saying something in the hallway. All these companies, big billion-dollar companies, you can't get all these people on the phone for an emergency. Apparently you can get like a result, just like the directors of CIA did, getting all those people to sign up for the phony deep state cover-up of what they're doing. Not what Trump was doing. We should look. What were they doing while they said he was doing Russia? What were they doing? What were there bio labs in Ukraine before any of this was going on? Because there's not anymore, and everyone's pardoned who had anything to do with any of this stuff, right? So we can't necessarily go back in time and change things, but what we can do is learn from the history so it does not repeat. That's the goal. Learn what these people are up to. They're not going anywhere. They're just switching places. They swapped out Bill Gates for Larry Ellison, right? They're just doing, they brought out, they kicked out Klaus Schwab. He's benched. He's sent to the farm team. Sammy Altman, get up here. You got some crazy sexual thing going on with your sister? Yep, you're on the team. You definitely fit in with all these guys. You've been to a Diddy party? There you go. There you go. Epstein client list? Not yet, but hoping to still go to the island with whoever the new people who own it are. Okay, great. They're on the team.
Yeah. And that's what I was saying earlier this week. It's like, I was going to save this for later, but it's basically the idea of like, okay, Larry Ellison. It's like when you look at the top three, well, what's publicly acknowledged as the three richest people. We could talk about other, hidden families and hidden all this stuff. I know you guys, I know about all that, but I'm talking about like, if you go to the Forbes top list of richest people, he's number 3 right there. It's like nobody's
he was
ever
like
heard...
number 3 20 years ago too.
Yeah, and it's like nobody's heard of Larry Ellison. Everyone knows Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all these guys, but it's like, who's this Larry Ellison guy? He kind of totally like slipped under the radar. And I was saying, okay, Larry, you want to step on the stage and be the big boy? You saw what we just did to Bill Gates over the last 4 years. His wife left him. He's got giant saggy soy titties now.
Larry's had 4 wives leave him
yeah.
already. He's not scared of that.
Like
the way to introduce him to people is say, how there's a place, in the 50th state, or was it 49th state, Hawaii? Which was it?
Yeah, he's out in Hawaii. I was talking to Shelby about that. He owns one of the islands right next to it.
The largest island is Lanai. He owns 99% of the island. He paid $500 million for it, and he has his own oasis out there, right? And he also owns like Silicon Valley, like Japanese land that he made on like hundreds of acres. It's crazy. I do have a couple of those clips because you got to see the guy grow over time, right? Like it's not enough to beat you. Like he has like Genghis Khan philosophy. He's an interesting cat. He's 80 years old and looks like he's in like 65.
Yeah, I was surprised that I saw he was 80.
Young blood going on or something.
Yep.
He's got some. Yep. He hangs out with Peter Thiel and the Blood Boys. Apparently.
Absolutely. Well,
Allegedly.
But that's the thing is like, Bill Gates played with the truthers and he just got eviscerated these last few years. So if you want to play, Larry, let's play. We'll eviscerate you. You will be crying back to your little yacht in about 4 years. I guarantee it. Let's play.
All right, LD, let's go back to this block, and then we have an exciting block up next.
Establishment actually did have just a totally misguided Russia kind of crazy thinking about everything they were seeing. They put out this document saying it resembled to them Russian disinformation. The really aggressive bad actor in this whole saga was the reporter for Politico, who reported on that document and characterized it falsely in the headline, saying 51 intelligence officials say laptop is Russian disinfo, condensing that distinction, whereas they were saying, well, it kind of looks like it to us.
The hallmarks.
Whereas the Politico reporter said what they're saying is that it is. Okay. That headline is still like that today. It's incredible to me that they haven't changed it, and they Politico eventually not only did not fire that, or the headline, maybe they fired the, I don't know, the headline writer, and that is not necessarily the reporter, but the reporter is still reporting for in mainstream circles. So that was the big mistake. And then this did have consequences, because in the debate right after that between Trump and Biden in 2020, when Biden was asked about Hunter's, malfeasance or what had come out, he said, well, he pointed to that letter. He used that letter to say, look at the experts are saying this is all Russia. Trump was actually flabbergasted when he'd heard that. I'm not sure he knew about the letter yet. His response was kind of funny. He was like, wait, you're saying it's another Russia thing? Oh my God, you people are so obsessed with Russia. So the really consequential, it wasn't just like some op-ed from these people. It had a consequence to it in that it became Joe Biden's defense of, he was allowed to dismiss it because, well, the experts are saying. And that really does speak to this problem of just reflexively trusting in expertise.
Yeah, well. Joining us now is the Pulitzer Prize finalist and journalist who wrote the best-selling book, Case Closed, Lee Harvey Oswald and the Assassination of JFK. If anybody knows about this assassination, it's Gerald. Thank you so much for being here. Listen, you tweeted after this announcement and this executive order.
Pull
transparency.
This clip. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it was Gerald Posner. But if you look up Posner in the Warren Commissioner report, there might have been a Posner in a previous generation before him, or he just shills for the New World Order and the people who killed Kennedy for free, having the same last name. Maybe it's coincidence. I'm not sure, but I remember encountering Posner's work like 20 plus years ago, and he's the official narrative of the thing. He would be like the Neil Ferguson, right? Neil Ferguson is a famous biographer. He writes like the history of the Rothschild family from their perspective. He's not challenging any authoritative narratives whatsoever. So there's not much to be learned from Posner or his reaction to Trump saying, fuck you guys to keeping it all secret so long, right? If it embarrasses certain allies, again, let's look at where did Russiagate start? It started with a document, a dossier that said Trump liked to get pissed on by Russian strippers, right? PP Gate, as they fondly call it. That came from MI6 agent Christopher Steele. There you go. You find out where so Obama bought that, Hillary Clinton bought that. In fact, her law firm helped to pay for some of that opposition research. They are the Anglo-American Israeli establishment. That's who's doing that to Trump. So like I said, unless they're all good actors, I don't know what to think about the Orange Man bad guy. I'm still like under review with him. But these other people that hate him so much and can't stand him and want to see him fail or die, I mean, Obama made fun of him. That's how it all got started. Otherwise, Trump would still be out there managing hotels and golfing all the time, I would think. But maybe dating Jennifer Aniston will make it better for Obama.
Ooh, damn.
That's the scuttlebutt this week. We don't have time to cover shenanigans like that, you know?
Yeah, I think Big Mike left him, dude. That's so crazy. Big Mike left Obama, dude. It's so crazy. He wasn't at the inauguration. Like the one mysterious person that was not at the inauguration was Big Mike, dude.
The Oprah interview, I'm sure, is incoming, so we'll leave that there. All right, and the last clip in that block was really just Dice saying that Trump did all the stuff we just basically watched Trump do for that week. All right, so last we left off, J6, 1,500 people set free or to be set free, depending on when Deep State DC jail wants to let them free, right? But it was like, when are they going to free Ross? And at some point, everyone's, waiting on Twitter, waiting. The first place I saw it happened to be Robbie Suave, who has interviewed Lynn in the past, right? So I want to give credit to the people who did give airtime to that story prior to Ross being free. Because now that, this magnet is kind of obsolete, right? It has done its job, that logo and the ones and zeros in the chain and all the symbolism, a little, Mr. Robot, well, we got to do something about this. It's obsolete, right? And the letter that he wrote back in the day for us starting to help his mom, this also can hang in the studio behind me. And I don't have to be so sad every time I pass it, right? Because now it's an artifact of a successful, happy story, right? So, this past week, Trump did the squiggly thing with his magic marker, and he made Ross a free man. Now, if you were to go to freeross.org, you could see not just Trump, but a whole lot of well-known people who had been supporting Ross's case at some point prior to him being liberated, right? Trying to get the word out. I think Lynn had over 500,000 signatures on the petition. There was a lot of people trying to do what they could to get somebody to put a squiggly line on a piece of paper and free him from the targeting, caging, and enslavement and the taking away of his future, right? So there's a lot more where that came from. I wanted to draw your attention also to, if you're not familiar with his case, there is a part that discusses the case overview and a variety of things that went on with his case. I also wanted to point out he's free. If you would like to support him in putting his life back on tracks, he has this donate button here and a variety of ways which people who are apparently savvy in electronic currencies could contribute to his future and his well-being. I also wanted to point out, if you don't want to just read the case documents, I know that can be dry research. You could go over to YouTube and you search my name plus his mom's name, and you can see interviews going back, 9-10 years regarding her son's case. And so whether it's, at PorkFest or in my studio of the former house in the basement, or the first interview I shot with her at PorkFest, which is almost an hour long, give the case some room to marinate so you can hear something other than the official narrative, which was a bunch of lies. In fact, there was a point railroaded how the Silk Road trial sets dangerous precedents for freedom. This interview that I did with her went over, there was a whole railroaded series built from the case documents. And I'm pretty sure it was taken down at some point because the mother of the incarcerated feared that it was going to be further penalizing to her son. As an example, 2021, 2022, Bitcoin conference, Miami. Pretty sure Ross called in to the conference, had like a 28-minute call with the people at the conference, and then he got put in the shoe. He got put in solitary confinement. Right? So that type of persecution and pressure that was applied over those years, not only unfair to the prisoner, but it is unfair to his mom, his family. I've met his sister, I've met his dad. It's awful because first off, they're all highly educated, very literate, studious people. So it's not like, country bumpkin, don't know anything. These were intelligent people. If it can happen to them, it can happen to any of our families. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So this past week, Trump did the squiggly thing. And I figured, at some point later in the week, he would get out. But then I saw a picture later that night that he was out. He had his plant. He had been growing seeds where he could find them in an apple or whatever and, get things moving forward. So I want to present to you the first story that I saw covered on the internet was from Rising's Hill, Robbie Suave. And then I had the opportunity this past week to go on the Punk Rock Libertarian podcast to discuss all these current events. So we're going to take a clip from there, and James Babb had invited me on. He had a sign on there that said, "Freed Ross." And I think that's the new mentality. And there's other political prisoners out there still to be freed. So this is a good start. Let's celebrate the win. It took 12 years to get that done. Want to thank Jordan Page for co-production of the Free Ross song. That, it's all these little things that add up over a period of time that amounted to a success. So I'm happy that her family's back together, and that, like I said, artifacts like this can now be a happy thought when I walk by, and a symbol of invigoration to do it in other places where we see slavery and injustice. So without further ado, free at last. Let's go to the Rising with Robbie Suave, and then we'll go to the Punk Rock Libertarians podcast for a sample of this past week.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We have a glorious show for you today that truly captures the human spirit and the desire for freedom. It's a really artistic thing we have, and I expect it to be award nominated. What say you, Niall?
I was actually coughing anyway. I wasn't just choking on those particular words, but I'm sure it'll live up to all of your highest expectations. And you've got a little bit of a haircut there, Rob. It is.
The commenters and viewers demanded it, and I give the people what they want. So I got a haircut yesterday.
Responsive to audience concerns. I like to see it. Well, in other news, what is on your radar?
Well, speaking of a triumph of human freedom, big news last night, Ross Ulbricht is a free man. Ulbricht received a full pardon from President Trump, who had made this promise to the Libertarian Party and its chairwoman, Angela McArdle, that he would, in fact, pardon Ross. This is a praiseworthy move for President Trump, and as someone who has long advocated for Ross Ulbricht to be released from prison, I am personally very grateful that Trump kept his promise and freed Ross on the first full day of his presidency. It's also a win for the Libertarian Party and its leadership, which met with Trump and lobbied him to pledge to pardon Ross in exchange for some level of implicit support from the party. Most of all, it's a win for Ross Ulbricht himself and for his mother, Lynn Ulbricht, who has worked tirelessly as an advocate for Ross's release for the last decade. I have met Lynn on many occasions, and I am so thrilled that her unfailing belief in her son's innocence has finally culminated in him winning back his freedom. It's also a well-deserved loss for a criminal justice system that sentenced Ross Ulbricht to prison for life based on an unproven accusation. Law enforcement officials did not like what Ross Ulbricht was doing. They didn't like that he maintained his innocence in the face of the most serious charges, and they punished him for it. They left him to rot in prison for a decade, but now the tables have turned. Now, some people probably watching are asking themselves, who is Ross Ulbricht? Why does this case matter? It's true that if you're a libertarian or involved with the Libertarian Party, you're probably already familiar with Ross's plight. Libertarians have long championed his release. For everyone else, let me give you some context. Ross Ulbricht was born in 1984 and grew up in Austin, Texas. He was influenced by libertarian ideas and thinkers from an early age and professed support for Libertarian Congressman and presidential candidate Ron Paul. Ulbricht eventually created Silk Road, an online marketplace based in some libertarian economic principles that operated in the dark web, allowing users to pay cryptocurrency for all sorts of goods and services, including illegal ones like drugs. Now, this did not sit well with the authorities, obviously, and they arrested Ross for running the platform. He was charged with narcotics trafficking, distribution of narcotics by means of the internet, narcotics trafficking conspiracy, continual criminal enterprise, conspiracy to aid and abet computer hacking, conspiracy to traffic in fraudulent identity documents, and money laundering conspiracy. Keep in mind that no one alleged that Ulbricht personally traded or sold illegal narcotics or profited from any sort of criminal activity. He was just the guy who created the platform where such transactions could take place. This would be like holding Mark Zuckerberg personally liable if you used Facebook Marketplace to sell cocaine. No doubt there are some people who do want to do that, but my question is, where does it end? Is the CEO of Verizon responsible if you talk to your drug dealer on the phone? But that's not all. Odiously, the government also asserted that Ulbricht was guilty of using Silk Road to hire mercenaries to kill people whom he feared were working with the authorities to ensnare him. This charge was never substantiated, however, and Ulbricht's defenders maintained that it's a vicious lie. One of the purported targets of the murder-for-hire scheme later said it was all BS invented by the government. He was not killed, nor was anyone else. This charge of murder-for-hire was eventually dropped, in fact. But by raising the issue in the first place, there's some reason to think the prosecutors motivated the judge to impose a harsher sentence on Ulbricht after he was found guilty. Ulbricht, of course, paid the trial penalty, i.e. because he did not accept a plea deal and instead maintained his innocence, the judge threw the book at him. He ended up getting a life sentence, served the next 11 years in prison. Now, my colleagues at the libertarian magazine Reason have written extensively about Ross's unfair treatment for years and advocated for his release. Here's a trailer for a documentary by my friend Zach Weissmuller going over some of these details.
This is a drawing by Ross Ulbricht, who is an inmate at the United States Penitentiary in Tucson, Arizona, a maximum security federal prison.
I'll spend the next few decades in this cage. Then, sometime later this century, I'll grow old and die. I'll finally leave prison, but I'll be in a body bag.
Ross was arrested at 29. Now he's 40. He faces a double life sentence plus 40 years with no possibility of parole for creating the Silk Road, a dark web marketplace that facilitated $1.2 billion in Bitcoin-denominated transactions. But a second chance might be coming from an unlikely savior.
And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht.
Trump made a deal with the Libertarian Party, and now Ross might not have to spend his middle and old age behind bars. He might not have to leave in a body bag if Trump makes good on his promise. Will he?
Now, today, President Donald Trump has made good on his promise. On this issue, at least, the Libertarian Party's strategy of appealing to Trump has paid off. I'm very happy about it. So this has been, Niall, an important cause for libertarians for a long time, and it was something that the chairwoman of the Libertarian Party, who I've interviewed on the show several times, actually did meet with Trump. Remember, he was invited to speak to the Libertarian Party. And the Libertarian Party still ran a candidate, but that candidate, who I've also interviewed on the show, feels that he didn't get a lot of support from the party infrastructure itself, which is more favorable to Donald Trump. It's kind of very, very interesting political strategy, but one of the arguments for doing that was to get exactly this outcome, the pardoning of Ross Ulbricht. So this is a promise that was made and kept immediately, and we're very happy.
And we'll move on to the next clip after this. But what Robbie was just saying there is said with a lot less nuance in the clip you're about to hear, because we discussed just that fact on Punk Rock Libertarians. The gist is, in order for Trump to come to a convention where he's not the nominee, what would you need to do to sweeten the pot? Well, what if we put the most anti-libertarian people up as the nominee, and then you're a shoo-in? That's not my idea. That's what you're going to hear in this clip coming up from Punk Rock Libertarians podcast. They are on YouTube and a bunch of other places. I got a text tonight during this episode from Ross's mom, and she said, just finished listening to you on Punk Rock Libertarian show. Great show. And she needs to check out Grand Theft World next week. All right. This is something I didn't know if we were ever going to see happen. Let me preface it like this. When I was in college, real quick, I'll tell you a story. When I was in college, there were two things I remember about, like international relations and the types of things that we see with political prisoners. The first was, there's a guy called Mumia Abu Jamal, and he was a political prisoner, still is. I think he's still alive. He's been in there a long time. And I didn't know we had political prisoners in our country. I didn't know anything about his story. I later researched both sides of the story. Very interesting case. Also, while I was at Penn State, 1995, there was a movie called In the Name of the Father, Daniel Day-Lewis. It's about Gerard and Giuseppe Conlon, who were framed by the government and tortured and prosecuted and incarcerated for a long time. And it's always interesting when the British make a movie about themselves torturing people, whether it's, Cry Freedom, about their torture and death of Steve Biko, who created the Black Consciousness movement, or In the Name of the Father, where they torture some Irish people who speak the same. That was what I was so shocked by. It was the British beating people who looked just like them, who spoke the same language. And it's like they're supposed to be part of the same United Kingdom, and yet they're rolling tanks through the streets, and there's little kids running around. I mean, it's a crazy first 5 minutes of that movie. It'll hook you if you've never seen it, because I was not educated about the troubles in the 70s or the struggle that has gone on since the 1920s and Michael Collins between Ireland and the UK. My point was, I thought those were just things that happened in other countries that used to have empire. I didn't know we had political prisoners in this country to the degree that I've learned in the past 20 years. So when it came about that there's Ross in prison for something he didn't do, there's his mom doing things that most of our moms couldn't go out and do once or so consistently, or to travel around the world with various, health issues and ailments and things like that, right? It's really a remarkable story of triumph. That she was able to get the word out to enough people that something actually happened and he didn't die in prison. So without further ado, let's go to this clip from Punk Rock Libertarians. This is toward the end of the episode, so it's not really a spoiler. The rest of the beginning of that episode is a super deep dive on the deep state that we can't fit into this episode. So now you know it's there if you want to check it out. And then Silk Road is worthy of mention and much study. There's a lot that has gone on with that case, but this is just, a nice tying the bow on the end of the story. And if you're interested, there's much more to learn as we grow. That have not been given to the public. Can we all understand that? Like everything in our cell phone started with the military 60 years ago. So they're ahead. They're more advanced. They hold a knowledge gap, a power gap, a wealth
They were
gap.
using emojis in 1948. Like it was, it's true.
It was on the Enigma machine. There was a little smiley face right there. So it's not to say that they're unbeatable or we shouldn't even try. It's just to say you have to respect that your enemy has been on the field for a long time. has a great deal of preparation, motivation, momentum, and funding. But what they can't do is adapt, evolve, or overcome. They are the Goliath to our David. So we are small and agile, and they are big and lethargic. And we can move in ways of freedom and innovation and ingenuity and inventions further away from their tyranny than they can precipitate it on us. We are the vanguard of embracing freedom and consciousness, and they are always trying to catch something that is ever moving ahead of them that they don't understand. This is what game theory was when John Nash and those guys, von Neumann, were running the Macy conferences back in the 50s, and they're trying to do like the early cybernetics application of human use of human beings, as Norbert Wiener put it. Those applications. Norbert Wiener, he invented like cruise control and stuff like that, cruise missiles, but now cruise control. Here, let me type in Norbert because he's easy to get a hold of here. Human Use of Human Beings is a book that Norbert Wiener wrote in 1950. And he wrote many other interesting books. If you want some good references, Cybernetics Lecture 6 by Professor Umpleby. This is fourth order cybernetics, Hans von Forster type stuff, or The Minds of Men by Aaron and Melissa Dykes, right? Because they cover all these things in that documentary. Very good documentary on mind control. And I made a movie on mind control with several friends of mine called State of Mind, The Psychology of Control.
On MK Ultra.
But yeah.
All that.
Yeah, but Minds of Men is better because this movie had to be 90 minutes. Theirs was allowed to be 3 hours. So they got it. They got it for the win. But the point was the game theory guys, Nash and those guys, they didn't understand freedom. They didn't enjoy freedom. They saw freedom as a threat. They very much had a communistic view on freedom, that freedom needs to be eradicated. And game theory is, in their applications, is trying to control human will, right? Through a set of cybernetic type of program elements, but human will is not a program. It is a program with gaps in it that we have to fill in, right? And they kind of missed out. Like, I don't want to correct them because eventually they'll get it right and enslave us, but like they're behind the curve. They don't like freedom. They can't destroy something they don't understand effectively, but they can cause us a lot of trouble as we continue to unfold freedom through actions based on a sound, objective, moral philosophy.
Guys, there's some breaking news. Ross just posted a video. I posted the link. It's like a couple minutes. Do you guys want to play that?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's close on that. Yeah, let's do that.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, guys. This has been great.
Dude, this was a blast. Richard, you want to plug away and then we'll watch this video?
Yeah.
Or?
Sunday nights, grandtheftworld.com. I'm on Rumble, Odyssey, Rockfin, all the good places. It's usually banned on YouTube, but we have pirate channels on YouTube. So if you have to do the YouTube thing, Grand Theft World Podcast takes the week's news. We break it down, analyze it, give you history and evidence and artifacts to go along. So you have a non-contradictory understanding of events instead of a fragmented, I don't know what's going on, and the anxiety that comes with it, right? You want to be calm, cool, collected. You want to be able to make decisions that add up to liberty and freedom and don't take away other people's liberty and freedom. That's the idea. And so we spend 7 hours. I do it till like 4 a.m. in the morning. We start at 9:30. And we go till 4 or 5, and we analyze the week's news. And then during the week, I train adults who are freedom friendly, either for their own professional talents or for their businesses at getautonomy.info. And we teach you what public school and university can't afford to teach you, which is how to build your talents, how to learn anything, how to make your offer to the market, and how to earn more money than what you need so that you can be attentive to life's many other perks and responsibilities. And you don't always have to worry about, like, how am I going to pay rent or put food on the table? So getting those basic skills is a preliminary part of adulting. And then I have clients that are very advanced, VIP clients who already have fast moving businesses, and they get various different levels of consultation. So that takes my 186 hours in the week, and I'm a dad, so family time.
Awesome.
Cool.
Base. Thank you so much. This was awesome.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you guys for the invitation, and be happy to hang out anytime. This is easy.
Yeah, let's check out this video, and then maybe we can maybe comment on it. Who knows what he has to say? So I think this will be interesting.
No audio. Hold on a second. There we go. Why is there no audio?
A full pardon.
I was doing life without parole, and I was locked up for more than 11 years. But he let me out. I'm a free man now. So let it be known that Donald Trump is a man of his word. Thank you so much, President Trump, for giving me this amazing blessing. I am so grateful to have my life back, to have my future back, to have this second chance. This is such an important moment for me and for my whole family. It's an important moment for everybody who's been working for this for years. This is a victory, and it's your victory too. And this is an important moment for everybody, everywhere, who loves freedom and who cares about second chances. So it feels amazing to be free, to say the least. And it's overwhelming, and for the next however long we need, I'm going to be with my family so that we can reunite and be whole again and heal. But there's a lot to talk about, and I look forward to re-engaging with the free world. And so once I'm feeling up to it, we'll talk again.
That's awesome. Now, Bab, how many times have you had to like pack up the Free Ross posters and put them in your car and then take them to the place, then put them up so people could have awareness over the years?
I mean, scores of times. I don't know. I didn't really. That was pretty easy though, but I did notice like, wow, this has got some mileage on it. And I look back at photos of different events. I'd be like, oh, look, there it is.
Slowly getting worn. Cause each time it rolls up, it wears, but they're like 8 feet tall, right? I held one of them in the Pork Fest picture this year cause it was all windy. So I'm like, okay, we're going to hold these signs and make sure this is the last year we have to hold the sign up. Right. Yeah. And I think, people might look at it as like, oh, that's hard or that's work or whatever. And let me tell you, James and everyone else who helped Ross, whatever we did to help Ross was easier than seeing a political prisoner in our country, seeing someone of his caliber being caged, right? That was the hard thing, letting that go on in our lifetime and knowing that his life was being spent on. Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
she said when your loved one's in prison, you're kind of in prison as well. So she got freed from prison just as much as Ross did. And that brought tears to everybody's eyes when that happened. And I mean,
I was thinking about that a lot when the news came out, and it was just like when we had Lynn on the podcast, and I was just thinking of my own mother, you know what I mean? Like the lengths that she went to free her son. And
she raised an army of
how many
people
brought so many people together within this liberty movement, and then to ultimately for Trump to come to LNC to come to the Libertarian Convention, like that was huge. That was
when he wasn't even the nominee. That was the magic of it. Right? Like, we're going with Chase Oliver, but will you come and say this stuff? And we're going to yell
nominating Chase Oliver was just like cherry on the cake for the deal to get Trump votes.
It's like you're a shoo-in Trump. Like
we really need to make sure that
you're going to win this in a landslide. Don't even fucking worry about it.
Very 60 chess.
What kind of candidates would be like the last people that libertarians work with? Like, how about a cop? And they're like, okay, do that.
Yeah, right.
And then, how about a groomer? Okay, go with that.
Groomer, a gay groomer.
And then what if the cop cuts a deal with the groomer? That'd be even better.
And then backstabs the most principled people within the party. There we go.
And they say LP candidates aren't presidential.
Well, when he reiterated it at the Tennessee Crypto Conference, I was like, now it's real. Because it's one thing to say something in front of a small libertarian kind of, these people are not your average people out there, right? They read books all the way to the end of a book. They have conclusions about the book they read. They're not your usual, right? But when he did it at the crypto, I was like, he's talking to a bunch of people that have a lot of crypto money, and they all know who Ross is and why he needs to be free. And the fact that their crypto is worth anything is because there was once upon a time a marketplace that gave it value in a way that had ethics and integrity built into it, right? So I knew there would be too much of a backlash for Trump monetarily from his type of supporters that he would have to carry through with that. So I'm glad on his first day of full work.
Now, how much of this can we attribute to the Hawk Tua girl?
Pretty much
how much is
none of it.
I think she was the.
Should she get some credit for Hawk Tuing on that thing?
Because it was literally when she posted that picture in front of the banner that you mentioned earlier with the QR code. It was shortly after that Trump started making these announcements.
He is a big fan of Hawk Tua.
Well, and
that goes all the way back to Marlon Maples.
I mean, he's got his own
learned how to do the rug pull, and then Melania's like, I want to do a rug pull too.
Yeah,
and then Trump's preacher, he's like, can I do a rug pull? They're like, yeah, let's all do it. So, Hawk Tua girl, don't underestimate her influence. I mean, of course, Lynn
don't
gets all
underestimate
the
the shit coins, the shit coiners.
Yeah, the shit coiners for sure. Well, I'm just glad. I mean, there were times when I didn't know if Assange was ever going to see the outside of a prison cell. And I honestly didn't know how Ross was going to see the outside of a prison cell, especially during the dark days of Biden when he's like doing dark Brandon memes and stuff like this is like, he's the epitome of the deep state that is puppeting him, right? There was no way. But with I think that over the years, there was a lot of good attempts to bring attention, like the Free Rossathon back in 2017, right? And I think each time something was done on a more scalable level, things got bigger and there was more momentum. There was a point where who bought the ads in Times Square?
Oh, that
they
was
put the,
yeah, we're all
we talked about that. Well, yeah,
right. Like, I commissioned the new logo, but I didn't have money to make banners, but James makes banners. And then he doesn't have money to run it in Times Square, but he'll take the banner that James is running and put it in Times Square, right? So there's so many people along the way who picked up responsibility just because they're like, I'm an American and I can do something about this. And this is the small thing I can do to contribute along the way is like, give it the things that more people can find out about it through, right? I remember doing early versions of a Free Ross t-shirt before we did the Mr. Robot version with the ones and zeros in the flag and all the symbol. I showed some copies to Lynn and she's like, well, we can't use that. Can't do it like that. Right. Cause I had, some that might've had like a DPR type of character, anyway, I was just trying to figure out how do we get to the audience that recognizes his value in the marketplace to let them know that he's, been misserved by justice, because I think a lot of people didn't know. And if they did know, they only knew the other side of the story, that the government narrative, right? And even if you get into the government narrative, the government stole Bitcoin from Ross during the investigation and prosecuted, I think it was a DHS agent and a Secret Service agent for stealing Bitcoin during the investigation. So they had corrupt on top of corrupt in that.
And when is Ross getting his Bitcoin back?
That's what I said.
Right.
I said,
Richard,
call Force owes him some Bitcoin.
I mean, he
Richard,
probably had a billion. He's probably be a billionaire if he still had that.
Danny Polishchuk put on Twitter the other day, that
hilarious. I love that guy.
So it was the first picture of Ross, carrying his plant out of prison. He's super happy. And Danny said, the look of a man who's just been freed and still has a USB with 1,000 Bitcoin on it or something to that effect. Yeah, I'm sorry, Danny. There was proper wording in his joke, and I'm probably not paraphrasing it, but you get the gist. And if only that were true.
Well, Richard, remember the story from
this picture
like
says it all
2 years ago, where there was some Bitcoin stolen from Silk Road. It wasn't confiscated, and then they got Ross to agree that the feds could keep that.
Well, I mean, anything he had to do,
probably promised him something.
I'm going to guess was under duress. Right?
That's what I'm thinking. This
entrapment,
is
duress,
under duress.
Yeah.
And this was not part of the sentence. This was not part of any of that stuff. But it was, I don't really know. It didn't seem to make sense at the time, but I think it was basically just so they wouldn't give him more solitary confinement. Like, he was obviously under duress, and maybe that would be if he could just challenge that. I think that's like 49,000 Bitcoin.
Well, I think I also want to put on the map, not in a specific way, but in a very general way. When somebody has a loved one in prison, that almost not only imprisons them as well, but it kind of ties their hand as far as what they can do or say during any of that time, because things might get worse for the inmate, right?
Right.
So
that was Lynn when we were at the rally. She didn't want to be on video. Like, we wanted to sit her down and like talk to her, and she didn't want to do it because it was so close to Trump potentially winning.
Things
that
can
she
only
just
be
didn't want to
screwed up
fuck
at
it
that
up.
point.
Yeah, and
Right.
we're like, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's to kneel it and run the clock out at that point.
Yeah.
And the point is, there's other people in this country who have relatives or loved ones as political prisoners still being held, even though there's been a lot released recently. And it's important to know, it's like, if you don't step up as the people around, like, know that they are incapacitated to some degree about what they can do or say. Mm-hmm. If you think there should be a song out there, they probably can't say, yes, let's do this thing, because, there has to be a separation. So if you think these things need to be done, I'm just saying people need to take more self-responsibility and do the things they think should be done, instead of waiting for somebody else and thinking, well, I just need to tell that person and they'll do it. Right. Because sometimes you could tell them, it's like, I can't do that. It'd be nice if you did that. I could support that from afar if you did that, right? Those types of things. But I think over the past, 50 years, Americans have become alienated and separated from each other, where it's no longer we see people in distress and we instantly step up to help them. We think, I'd love to be able to help you, but I'm in too much distress myself. And we give ourselves those excuses not to take action. And that's what allows the other side to win. Our assumptions and our inaction either win the day by losing our assumptions and getting into action, or they lose the day by doing those types of things that those would want us to do.
Taking human action is key. And that was evident at the Libertarian Convention and all the hard work that was done to get Trump to come there. And then, I'm blanking on her name, Kathy, I forget her last name, but she was out in Arizona and I think in touch with Lynn, and she was able to run it through the Secret Service to get all the free Ross or the now freed Ross signs that Babs has crafted there. But to get those in to the hall, and there was probably about 100 some, I don't know. There was probably many more, probably 100, 200. Babs was there. Jared was there. A lot of Trumpers. And when they saw all those free Ross signs, they're like, who's free Ross? Who's Ross? What's going on with Ross? What's up with that? Yeah. And the fact that just fucking skyrocketed on Twitter searches. And when he came out of the gate and said, I guarantee day one, like, I will pardon, like, that says a lot. And seeing all the optics of the free Ross signs and all of that, like, that was huge. And, but
don't forget, the night before had been the Enemies of the State ball.
That too, which right? Babs was the MC, and just getting so much awareness. And there were so many people came up to us and were like, who's Ross? Who's like Trumpers? And we're like, I don't know about this. But, seeing their guy being persecuted by the deep state and then realizing, wait, crypto, he set up a website. Like, what the fuck? This is ridiculous. And it's like, yeah.
Well, you kind of have to tell people what's up. Like, he created a website, victimless crime, not a violent offender, persecuted for what actions other people took, persecuted for his political philosophy. Because if you let them go out and see, he did murder for hire, right? All these things that they'll get infected by inaccuracies from the mainstream media, the deep state has made sure that narrative is everywhere.
That piece of shit, that Mossad fucking asshole, probably from the Mossad organization that is, what is it? Not Daily Caller. Is it Daily Caller? No, Daily Wire. Daily Wire. Michael Knowles, the day after, like probably a couple hours after Ross was pardoned, he said like, a drug dealer dealing in like selling hardcore drugs. Like, dude,
I responded. I quote tweeted him because just show me how ignorant you are real quick, Michael.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, if you read things on face value and believe the government without question, that's a Michael Knowles position. And if you want that, go watch Daily Wire. And if you want the opposite, people watch Grand Theft World.
See, that's the thing. And I think ultimately that was, so many of these libertarian purists that I've dealt with in the party are just like, oh my God, you're dealing with MAGA people. But here's the difference. Like, people in MAGA are like in just living their lives, living in a real world. And then once you like, all of a sudden there's been like this kind of great awakening, like conscious, like you said, and they're just kind of like, wait, what the fuck? That's fucked up. Like, what is
just
going
in
on?
the libertarian waiting room. That's all MAGA is.
Exactly. They're in the libertarian waiting room. And if you just like nudge them a little bit,
libertarian purgatory.
You're gonna have to help them in some key areas.
You get out of purgatory.
Yeah, they can go back down to hell, or you could let them up into.
This is past Virgil's 10th ring, or Dante's 10th ring. We get to see Virgil again. Beatrice.
Domestic military deployment bad.
Yeah. But I mean, like you said, Richard, just give them a little nudge, and they're basically going in our direction. They're going towards freedom. So,
freedom's a low pressure area. Tyranny's a high pressure area. Bad Eric didn't have to sell me on libertarianism. He just expressed a low pressure idea that was more accurate than what I had, and it was easy to move over to that. I think that's all we have to do for those people who believe that, if you think it's the schoolhouse rock, 3 branches of government, checks and balances, I would love for that to be real. I would love for that to be real, but it's not. We still have these, I could show you a 1911 book from Woodrow Wilson and his campaign speeches. All right, we're back to real time. This is not Memorex. All right, so a couple of things I wanted to mention along the way. So Ross has injustice done to him, parallel construction done by the deep state, the government, political reasons, persecution, double life sentence, nonviolent crime, right? Then his mom finds out at the verdict that that's going to happen. Then it takes her a while. She gets some footing. She ends up at the Porcupine Freedom Festival. She gets a little support. At one point, I have the gray t-shirt. Everyone has the gray t-shirt and the yellow Free Ross signs from 10 years ago. At one point, I was like, it'd be better if we had like an updated logo, right? So all I did was make some t-shirts, and I had a graphic. My graphic designer, Greg Hardesty, he lives in Italy. He's an American. He's awesome. He loves flat Earth, if that tells you why. Anyway, I said, I'm looking for the Mr. Robot font. I want the chains to be 1s and 0s in the flag because it's like a digital kind of crime they're charging them with. If Ross isn't free, neither are we. All right, one small step. Bab, he makes posters. And so then those posters are put up at PorcFest every year. RFK Jr. supported Free Ross, years before Trump did. Vivek at PorcFest, both of these guys, RFK Jr., Vivek, Tulsi, they all went to the Porcupine Freedom Festival in New Hampshire, which is sure to be sold out this year. In this photo, this is the 2024 photo. This is the last photo we had to take with the signs and the posters. This is the Free Ross group. And if we were to zoom in a little bit, all these people are holding the newest signs, the black Free Ross signs with the white letters. The red circle there's my wife. There's my good friend James Cordner holding one of Bab's sign. You just saw him in the podcast, Punk Rock Libertarians. James Babb. So the signage, and then over here on the right side, that's my son. And he was there back in 2016, 2017 holding Free Ross signs. He finally got to see a political prisoner get liberated this week. It was very exciting in my household. There I am holding the sign so it doesn't blow over in the wind. There's my good friend Phoenix. All the people in the crowd there supporting Free Ross with that type of signage. And that was part of it. But I do have foreshadowing of the next topic we're going to cover. So before you think we're all rah-rah for Trump, I have my reality hat on. I see what's going on, and you are not alone if you've made it this far in the episode. We will accommodate your needs. But I just wanted to wrap that up, and then I also wanted to note that I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to interview Ross, and I'm not an official spokesman in any capacity, but I would observe this. If you did not take care enough to invite his mom to do an interview in the past 12 years to help liberate her son and achieve the result that we're all celebrating, I wouldn't be so quick in your request, because I think she's probably a little bit wiser than the average mom out there at this point. So I'm sure they're going to spend a lot of good family time, help Ross acclimate to his new freedom, build a new strong future, and enjoy that. But as far as people trying to reach out, I wouldn't count on anything anytime soon, unless you're a personal friend of the family and you've helped out over the years. Then I'm sure you're in constant communication, because like I said, it's been a very joyous occasion this past week, and it does renew some of my, I don't know. Some of my hope was getting pretty jaded with Assange and Ross and a number of other political prisoners that were seeming like there was no exit. So we've had several wins. I think we should celebrate, but not become complacent. We need to be vigilant because these types of activities are still unfolding and going on out there. And we must make ourselves much stronger for the future in order to meet the demands of our reality. So, I know I don't have a next block up yet. I'm working on it, LD.
No, it's really true, man. It's really cool. Like, you know, I got the chance, like I said, to meet Lynn at Freedom Fest this last year, and I've been rooting for him, but I just, wasn't that much of an activist over the years. But it's like, like it was always a really interesting case. Like I was actually a user of some of those markets back in the day, just out of curiosity. You know what I mean? And so it's like, and I had some Bitcoin. In one of those wallets that got taken in a big like scam, but I don't remember using. Yeah, I remember going on the original Silk Road. I never bought anything on Silk Road, but I remember being on there and just very interested about the whole thing. Like, wow, okay.
Yeah, for anyone who's interested in that entire interview, sorry, it's over here. I put it on my YouTube page earlier today. So I talk about the fact that I never used Silk Road. I didn't know about it. I didn't know about Ross. I knew about Bitcoin before I bumped into his mom, but all that stuff was news to me. And so I didn't have personal experience, but I do have friends who have had personal experience and that ran businesses on there and all sorts of, and also got ripped off, not by the Silk Road itself, but when you use crypto back in the day, there used to be people who would go and because it's a publicly listed wallet, right? You can go to any wallet you've ever transacted with and you can go see how much they've got in there right now. And if somebody had like 7 figures stacking up, you might figure out how to like hack them. So that's a thing that still goes on, and buyer beware out there. You have to.
It was definitely the
keep it
Wild
safe
West
from
back
there.
then.
Well, it's still Wild West these days too.
I mean, still, yeah, totally. Yeah, I was like, but I bought Bitcoin back in the day before any of these like markets, and it was a website, localbitcoins.com. You'd have to go and meet a seller who was willing to sell you Bitcoins, and he would send you, or he or she, I guess, would send you a checking account number at US Bank. And I remember he said, okay, go to US Bank, put your cash in this account, and I will send you Bitcoin. I just kind of had to hope that they would send Bitcoin. And so I remember walking on down to the old, or driving down to the old US Bank and depositing like $40 cash in some random person's checking account and just staring at my thing, just hoping it would show up, and poof, yep, it did. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. So I had like $40 of Bitcoin, like maybe like 2013 or something like that. So
yeah, well, not to be like a one-upper, but in that punk rock libertarian interview, I discussed how I have some bumper stickers that are presently worth like, I don't know, $216,000 now. So if you want one, next time you see me at PorkFest, I'll bring the bumper stickers and we'll hand them out, and I'll have a good laugh about my mistakes that I've learned from the hard way.
Yeah.
All right, learning the hard way. Trump did not go to Davos, to the World Economic Forum, but he decided to Skype in and say some things to the people in the room who couldn't really say anything back until his like half-hour Q&A, where he also told them more of what they didn't want to hear. Now, again, is this like seeing Ryan Christian get like to be president of the United States and he goes over there and he's like, fuck you, Davos? No, right? This is not that level, because Trump's still like, yeah, yet to be seen. Action's very impressive this past week, but what we're about to cover with Project Stargate, not very impressive at all, and is much more worrying than many of the other things he already took care of. You know what I'm saying? So, political prisoners aside, the Stargate thing is something we should all worry about. And thankfully, J6 prisoners, hopefully they're out by now. Ross is out. People with crypto don't have to support Trump if they don't want to anymore. We're no longer waiting for a payment. So like, if you want to go and be critical, have at it. There's plenty of things we can be critical of, and that just makes our country better and stronger anyway. Being sycophants and just being on the rah-rah team and we won and not looking at like what we can improve, or that wouldn't help the situation. So I'm just saying, try to keep your wits about you. A lot of people are either like really upset or really happy, and I'm like, dude, it's also like the various levels of situational awareness. Like there's a white level and people are just out to lunch. They have no idea what's going on, right? And then there's like an active situational awareness where you're just observant. You're paying attention. You're conscious. That's the realm we're trying to work in. We're not super elevated. We're not like code red or anything like that. We're just like seeing what's going on and we're responding thoughtfully to it, not reacting and having a bunch of highs and lows, because freedom's a super marathon, not a sprint. We got to pace ourselves. All right, so let's go. We're going to see what Trump said at Davos. He declared war apparently on the new world order. That comes from Viva Fry. Trump talked some shit to Colombia, and the president earlier today put out this meme with him in a fedora like he's a mafioso, kingpin, and it says "fuck around and find out" on the sign, and it's posted on DJT's Trump Truth Social. It was an official thing. You would think it's a meme, but not in Trumplandia. These types of things are real, just like his currency allegedly. All right, so last but not least, Trump has an all-time record high approval rating. And so I'm just telling you, like, do you ever go click up on the roller coaster? You are here, okay? I don't know what's going to happen in the next week, but he can't keep doing all these sort of things to click without some at the bottom. So roller coaster it might be. That just goes back to Bill Hicks. It's like a roller coaster. It goes up and down, around and round, and it's brightly colored, and you're going to see many things, but you have to keep your wits about you, I think is how it goes. All right, so let's get to it. We'll go to Fox, Viva Fry, Asmongold, and then Timcast to come back, and then we're going to pivot into Stargate, Panopticon, because you stayed here long enough. You deserve that type of coverage. All the other news is in its place. Let's get to it. All right, my bad, LD. I fed you a clip that has like no time code. Doing it live.
Well, thank you very much, Klaus, and hello to everyone in beautiful Davos. This has been a truly historic week in the United States. 3 days ago, I took the oath of office and we began the golden age of America. The recent presidential election was won by millions of votes, and all seven swing states. There was a massive mandate from the American people like hasn't been seen in many years. And some of the political pundits, even some of my so-called enemies, said it was the most consequential election victory in 129 years. That's quite nice. What the world has witnessed in the past 72 hours is nothing less than a revolution of common sense. Our country will soon be stronger, wealthier, and more united than ever before, and the entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do. My administration is acting with unprecedented speed to fix the disasters we've inherited from a totally inept group of people and to solve every single crisis facing our country. This begins with confronting the economic chaos caused by the failed policies of the last administration. Over the past 4 years, our government racked up $8 trillion in wasteful deficit spending and inflicted nation-wrecking energy restrictions, crippling regulations, and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind went through the roof. President Biden totally lost control of what was going on in our country, but in particular with our high inflation economy and at our border. Because of these ruinous policies, total government spending this year is $1.5 trillion higher than was projected to occur when I left office just 4 years ago. Likewise, the cost of servicing the debt is more than 230% higher than was projected in 2020. The inflation rate we are inheriting remains 50% higher than the historic target. It was the highest inflation probably in the history of our country. That's why from the moment I took office, I've taken rapid action to reverse each and every one of these radical left policies that created this calamity, in particular with immigration, crime, and inflation. On day one, I signed an executive order directing every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and reduce the cost of daily life. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze, and I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Deal. I call it the Green New Scam. Withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and ended the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate. We're going to let people buy the car they want to buy. I declared a national energy emergency, and that's so important, national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we're going to use it. Not only will this reduce the cost of virtually all goods and services, it'll make the United States a manufacturing superpower and the world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in history, far exceeding even the record-setting efforts of my last term. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulatory costs on the average American household over the last 4 years. I have promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families. To further unleash our economy, our majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and family, and big tax cuts for domestic producers and manufacturers. And we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as you probably know, by just reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. Already Americans' economic, you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're all gathered together, so many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election, it was just announced that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions of investment in America, in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America. But I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil.
Now, Trump is, let's say, we're not doing a compliment sandwich, but we're just going to have some fun. Trump is, where is he today? He gave a speech. Is it the WEF? Hold on one second here. This was happening as we were live. Alex Jones, Trump declares war on the NWO, tells Davos, he's at Davos elite, that their anti-human agenda is over, and proceeds to talk about dismantling the terrible Obama regime. Let's. It's not full 6 minutes. It's like 5 minutes. We'll walk through and commentate on this to praise Trump, where he's kicking some serious ass. But where he needs to kick some serious ass starts with Fauci, goes to Bourla. Bourla didn't get a pardon. Go after Bourla. Bonkel from Moderna. These are people who lied for profit and caused irreparable harm to our very faith in the medical community.
My administration is acting with unprecedented speed to fix the disasters we've inherited from a totally inept group of people and to solve every single crisis facing our country. This begins with confronting the economic chaos caused by the failed policies of the last administration. Over the past 4 years, our government racked up $8 trillion in wasteful deficit spending and inflicted nation-wrecking energy restrictions, crippling regulations, and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind went through the roof. President Biden totally lost control of what was going on in our country, but in particular with our high inflation economy. And
Colombian President Gustavo Petro announced that he will not allow the U.S. military planes carrying Colombian migrants to land in Colombia. 2 U.S. military flights returned back, escalating tensions between the two countries. And so Donald obviously goes to Twitter to talk about it. And I was just informed that 2 reparation flights with a large number of legal criminals were not allowed in Colombia. So I've directed my administration to immediately take the following urgent and decisive retaliatory measures. Emergency 25% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States. In 1 week, the 25% tariffs will be raised to This is, bro, we put the mafia in the White House. A travel ban and immediate visa revocations of the Colombian government officials and all allies and supporters. A visa sanctions on all party members, family members, and supporters of the Colombian government. These measures are just the beginning. They're apparently already roaching out. Somebody said they already backed down. Check Truth Social. Jesus. This is, by the way, this is he made this post. This is him that is posting it himself. So I don't see any check unusual whales on Twitter. This isn't like a fat chick's account, right? Or something like that. Oh, here we go. I was worried it could have been like some porn account or something like that. And Colombian President Gustavo Petro has reversed his decision and is now reportedly offering his presidential plane to help deport. Oh my God, is this real? This is insane. It only took 39 minutes. There's no way this happened. It's on the President of Colombia's webpage. This is the official account from the Republic of Colombia, and it says, attention, President Petro Gustavo provides a presidential plane for the dignified return of his fellow citizens. That took 1 hour. Yep, biggest roach out since Pirate. He tweeted fuck around. So wait a minute, I just realized. This is the response. It's on his Instagram too? I bet it is. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Even if you might not like Trump, you've got to admit that the people who do like Trump, this is a good day for them. This is exactly what they wanted.
Imagine my shock when I saw Politico.com report that it's time to admit it. Trump is a great president. They're going to say he's still trying to be a good one. Now, of course, my friends, they're playing this game where they're basically saying he's great as in he is of consequence. Not that he's doing good things for everybody. We all love him. But the reality is they still do mention that he is a president of gravitas that has resonated with the majority of Americans. That is to say, he is a good president. Now, I referred to his first term as marginally good. There are a lot of bad things. He hired some bad people, but no new wars is massive. I mean, that's like the most important thing ever. The best numbers of our lives pre-COVID. And so I thought Donald Trump was the greatest president of my lifetime. I think that is true to this day, and it's because the bar is so low. Now, interestingly, Donald Trump, of all people, has been raising the bar. It's actually going to be difficult to be a better president than him, it's shocking. I mean, this is Donald Trump. It's the orange reality TV real estate mogul. But yeah, turns out this guy knew what he wanted to do, kept his word, and is working to make this country great. Now, when you look at aggregate polling, my friends, we go back to Donald Trump's first term approval ratings. Oh, it's quite sad. Sad for Donald Trump. Take a look at this. When he first started, Trump's approval rating was at 45.5% and his disapproval was at 41%. Despite the fact the media hated him, his approval rating was all right. Within only a matter of a couple days, his disapproval took over. And since that point, Trump has never, in aggregate, had approval ratings exceed his disapproval ratings. So while many of us heavily focused on his record approval levels, they were still always below 50%. Although there was a brief moment right here where his disapproval dropped slightly below 50%, though his approval rating did not exceed it. That means a lot of people went, I just don't know. And so for a brief moment, the majority of the country did not disapprove. Now here's the reality of all of this. The media was lying nonstop all day and night. And I think there's a couple reasons why Donald Trump's approval rating is so high right now and why they're calling him a great president. According to Real Clear Politics, in aggregate, Donald Trump is up 13 points. And these are only 3 polls, but they have decent sample sizes. Insider Advantage to 800 registered voters, which is a little small, but it's not bad. It's not bad. On one day, found a plus 17 approval. Okay. In Donald Trump's, the beginning of his first term, he did enjoy a high approval rating, but it was only by like 4 points. He's up 13 in aggregate. Reuters Ipsos did a 2-day poll to 1,077, which is pretty good sample size, plus 6. And Rasmussen, and this is interesting. Rasmussen is one of the most accurate pollsters we've had over the past decade, or longer. I mean, I don't know how long they've been operating. To over 1,200 likely voters, which is a decent sample size, plus 16. Now, you may say, yeah, but Rasmussen is biased. Insider Advantage isn't, and they got Trump up 17. So this is tremendous. Trump has a massive approval rating. I do think he's got a little bit of that honeymoon pollster stuff going on where people are like, we like that he's getting the job done. But as I said, there are 2 big factors. The first is, of course, the podcast presidency. People are getting their media outside of CNN, who's, by the way, going to be laying off a ton of people. Sorry to hear it, guys. As more and more people get their news sources from, factual locations, perhaps they watched Timcast and they said, I disagree with Tim's opinions, but he did show me the sources and brought them up and proved his point. And I think it was reasonable. Maybe that's where they started to learn that Trump isn't the demon Hitler that the media had been claiming he was. And so now, with this past election, Trump wins the popular vote because they're saying, you lied to me. Shout out to Daniel Negreanu, who's one of the great poker players. And he, on our show, said he had seen the clip of Trump saying very fine people, and he knew. Trump said it. He had called Nazis fine people because he thought that clip was real. And it wasn't until several years later, someone said, watch the video. And he did. And it was amazing to see him say, Trump literally said not the Nazis and white supremacists or the white nationalists. He literally said in the statement, not those people, but they lied. And then he goes on to say, and then Obama repeated that lie. And it's like, yeah, buddy, that's where we all are. They were.
Deep State repeated a lot of lies to get here, but we'll see where they can get from here because we're going to address topics like this.
I'll just say real quick on that. It's everyone's giving Trump favorable treatment, but I swear to God, if the second Trump does anything even slightly unfavorable towards Israel, Benny Johnson, Tim, Viva Frei, Elon Musk, they'll all throw him in the evil Hitler bin once again. That's just how it goes.
We'll see how it turns out.
I'm just saying that's probably won't happen. We'll probably see, but if that were to happen.
The next topic we're going to touch on hits on that lightning rod, as it were. Here's this thread from Zeiss Squirrel, who was instrumental in some research about 6 months ago, if I recall. Trump wants Larry Ellison to take over TikTok. Ellison is a deranged, fanatical Zionist Epstein associate who has funded the expansion of illegal settlements and the Israeli military and offered an oracle position to Netanyahu. If this goes through, Mossad will directly own TikTok. Now, that is not my claim, but I did retweet it earlier so that other people could see such claims being made out there in the internet landscape. But who is this Larry Ellison character? Well, I have some research over here. It's not the first time Larry Ellison has come up. Larry Ellison, we'll check into him in a second. He was influenced by a guy named Edward Codd. Now, in the early 1970s, Edgar Codd. It'd be like I was podcasting for the past 6 hours. Edgar Codd helped to create the relational database model that eventually kind of goes into Larry's Oracle project, right? That project was done through DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, DARPA, the ARPA project prior to that, and the CIA. It's part of Big Brother. But there's a company called Ampex Corporation, and that's kind of where Larry comes into it, right? They had these experiments, development, R&D going on at this little front company. It does some data preservation. In comes Larry Ellison, useful guy, young guy, you know, because this is like 60 years ago, and he's 80 now. So he's in his 20s back then. He was in 2008 the highest paid CEO. He's a big proponent of artificial intelligence. He owns the island of Lanai, Hawaii. He's presently recommending some mRNA vaccine for cancer cures and the like. We'll see about that in a second. But I just want to point out like the history of such things because, you know, it's not unlike total information awareness turning into Facebook or any other number of In-Q-Tel projects turning into publicly traded companies, okay? Oracle Corporation is a behemoth company, an international company. It started in 1977. I covered the entire history of this type of thing in that Punk Rock Libertarians interview. We don't have time for that type of super, super deep dive, but I'm just giving you the broad strokes. There was a guy at CIA called James Jesus Angleton. And when he got on in years, first off, he ran like counter espionage. He was the British Anglo-American establishment mole within our infrastructure. He was also an agent of Israel. And he had a lot of secrets because he played lies on top of lies on top of lies. CIA knew he was kind of losing his mind, becoming a little demented. He was going after Mary Meyer, whose husband, Cord Meyer, might have participated in the assassination of JFK. Mary Meyer had a diary, which went missing, might have been taken out of a safe at Watergate by a secretary that night, and the burglars didn't find it. There's a lot of things. Mary Meyer had an affair with JFK, gave him some LSD. There's a whole lot of history with James Jesus Angleton, who was hunting down Mary Meyer right before she was murdered, brutally murdered. In fact, here's Mary's diary right here, like if you wanted to get into such things. Anyway, part of the Georgetown set as identified by Carol Quigley, Angleton was known as the Oracle. What is the Oracle? What is an Oracle, right? Well, it's part of the divinatory arts, predicting the future, right? Angleton was called the Delphic Oracle. They want to create something that lives beyond the time of Angleton, okay? So you have a relational database, which is like an electronic filing cabinet. That moves forward into the eventual publicly traded corporation of Oracle, which makes Larry then one of the richest dudes in the world prior to Bill Gates. Like Larry's been playing the game before Bill Gates even had a company, before Steve Jobs even had a company. Larry's had a company working for they, them, those. Okay. So there's a heavy overlap in the history and evolution of that company and the specific person we're going to learn about in this block, because he's one of the 3 people bringing Project Stargate to the public. The other person, Sam Altman, who we've talked about extensively on this podcast, and Sofa Capital, or whatever the SoCal, whatever the guy with $500 billion that's coming over to give it to us. I don't know. SoftBank, whatever it was. I have to research that. I don't know everything. Surprising fact that might
Very surprising.
Very surprising. All right, so right before we get to the technocracy part of this Stargate project, we're going to lay it out like this. We're going to give you a little bit of sugar, a little bit of medicine, a little bit of sugar, a little bit of medicine. Redacted is going to get all rah-rah that Trump just destroyed the WHO, right? Really Graceful is going to bring it back and give you some things about Project Stargate they're not telling you, kind of foreshadowing. Then we're going to cut back to Larry Ellison says it's not enough that he succeeds, but that everyone else must fail. And then you're going to see his Japanese recreation in Silicon Valley. And then we're going to go to Forbes, because Larry Ellison's like, we got cancer cures in our vaccines, y'all. And that all sounds rah-rah again. And then we're going to go to, like, not the black pill side. You can't be optimistic and deny the truth, right? So I think we can be optimistic, and we can be optimistic because we're looking at the truth of what's going on, and we can figure out a better plan than what these people have planned for us. But we can't do that if we're all in the halcyon days of, woo, there's nothing bad going on and everything is fine, which is kind of like the meme of the dog here. Let's see if I can get to it. There it is. Right? That's the everything is fine dog. It's got like Palantir, mRNA, 500 billion. This is Jason Bassler from Free Thought Project, I'm pretty sure, who made this meme. So well played. Zionist Warhawk Cabinet. WorldCoin, right? There's a lot of things to be concerned about. So it's not just because it's better than Kamala, although it is way better than Kamala. But we still have standards to live up to, and maybe we should hold this guy to account where he's not interested in freedom as much as we are. We could educate the demographic and change things.
There you go. I was just going to say, I was ready to rage at Project Stargate about 10 p.m. I'll see if I can build the rage up again. Now we're getting close to, like,
well, you know, now that you bring it, I bet if I go over here to the history blueprint, Star G, the CIA had a project called Stargate that was like psychic spying and remote viewing, but it's still about overall surveillance, which is under the hood of whatever Larry Ellison's going to tell you in this block. So don't stop watching this show at this block, because it's about to be like, let's look behind the curtain at the wizard and see what's going on. So let's get to this so we can get to that, and we'll be right back.
Well, the World Health Organization did not take the breakup well. President Trump withdrew the United States from the WHO on Monday. Here's the statement that they posted on X, saying they regret this announcement. They further say they hope the United States will reconsider. I want you back, girl, is what they're saying. And we look forward to engaging in constructive dialogue to maintain the partnership between the USA and the WHO for the benefit of health and well-being of millions of people around the world. That's not who benefited from the WHO. In fact, it enriched the few. There are a few people who benefited from the WHO. Most likely it's not you, dear viewer. It was not me. When President Trump signed the withdrawal, he said this, and I found this really shocking, and I would like to know if it's true. He said the U.S. is overpaying for WHO membership. He said the U.S. has been paying $500 million, while China, with a far larger population, pays $39 million. He indicates that he had, in his previous administration, negotiated a $39 million membership during his first administration, and President Biden, knowing that, still stayed in the WHO and paid $500 million. Did President Biden know that we had been offered a discount gym membership here and just paid the premium with U.S. tax dollars anyway? Why? Why would he do that? Could it be because the people who support him were becoming enriched through the WHO? Is that possible? Watch President Trump make this announcement and break that down.
What is this one? Withdrawing from the World Health Organization, sir?
Ooh, that's a big one. So we paid $500 million to World Health when I was here, and I terminated it. China, with 1.4 billion people, We have 350. Nobody knows what we have because so many people came in illegally. But let's say we have 325. They had 1.4 billion. They were paying 39 million. We were paying 500 million. It seemed a little unfair to me. So that wasn't the reason, but I dropped out. They offered me to come back for 39 million. In theory, it should be less than that, but, you know. And when Biden came back, they came back for 500 million. He knew that you could have come back for 39 million. They wanted us back so badly, so we'll see what happens.
Mr. President,
pretty sad to think of it. China pays 39 million and we pay 500 million, and China's a bigger country.
Okay.
It's crazy.
I need to see that in writing. Did Joe Biden know that we could have been paying $39 million? I presume this is per year, and just said, no, we want to pay the premium. Why would he do that?
We want to enrich all these biopharmaceutical oligarchs.
Then we know that the Bill and Melinda Gates is a major founder of the WHO, and that they are allowed to then make rules that we know this, right? That supersede the sovereignty of any given state. Okay. He later says that the money, though, was not the reason. He says that wasn't the reason, but this is a reason, so we'll see what happens. I don't want to see what happens. I want this to be the end of this. Do not let them renegotiate. I think that's what most of us want. Here's how Whitney Webb pointed this out, though. She says we may not have seen the end of this because Trump also left the WHO in the mid-2020s, in mid-2020, and then just redirected what was once WHO funding to the Gates-funded Gavi Vaccine Alliance. While leaving the WHO is positive, it's not the slam dunk some are advertising, especially considering Gates' recent comments on Trump's enthusiasm for his vaccine innovation proposals. Can we all agree nobody wants Bill Gates to put any vaccines in place for the rest of us? Raise your hand if we agree to that. Who the F wants that? So yeah, Bill Gates, please go away. Kindly pound sand. She says she got called a lot of names for pointing this out back in the 2020s, but she brings the receipts as she normally does. So,
and we're trying to, Whitney just messaged me, actually. She has a big piece coming out this week that we're going to try to get Whitney here on the show. That's something that, by the way, the legacy media would never do, is have Whitney Webb on their show.
No.
Yeah, anyway, I just messaged her right now. So hopefully she can join us this week, actually.
Okay, but I just want to point this out because we have covered these WHO drafts at length here on this show. And so even if that's the case, it may be, though, that Trump has withdrawn us from the U.S. From the WHO just in time, because remember these documents? This was from February 2023 pandemic treaty draft. And there was a provision in their own draft saying you cannot withdraw from the WHO. So had their pandemic treaty gone forward and this had been ratified, it said it would have taken 2 years to withdraw or 1 year from the date of your withdrawal. So even if this were the case, which it's not, but this was their own writing, he could say this and it would not take place until 2027. It also made, remember, WHO recommendations binding, whereas before anything that the WHO had recommended would just be a recommendation. No, they took out the word, this is their writing. They took out the words non-binding, meaning whatever they told you to do, you would have to do. So had he not withdrawn and this became law, then he could say, well, actually, we're not going to do it your way. We would have no choice for at least 2 years. Also, did it kick in only when there was a pandemic? No. Remember, it kicked in whenever they felt like they needed to prepare for a pandemic. That was their language. This underlying text means it's proposed, meaning they wanted the powers to prepare for a pandemic. We didn't even need one. Even they could work with a potential risk of a pandemic. Also, they had said that the fees that each country would pay in their own documents would be calculated based on their audits of each state's budget. So what the president said is that we were overpaying. It's because the WHO was allowed to look at our finances and say, I think this is what you'll pay. This is basically, it's kind of like how student loan payments are calculated. They look at what you've got, your income and your liabilities, and they say, you'll pay this. No, thank you. We don't need their audits to decide what we are going to pay based on what they think we can afford. That's oppressive. So who knew that this was negotiable? Apparently, President Trump did know, and he didn't like where those negotiations went, and they withdrew. So what will we miss out on, given that we now are not supposed to be a member state of the WHO? Well, the Independent Medical Alliance says we won't really miss much, and we've been over this. Their medical information is woefully political. Just look at their guidance on masks, and you'll know what I mean. We've been over this. Here's the IMA statement, the Independent Medical Alliance. They say the World Health Organization has little to do with world health and a whole lot to do with enriching its leaders with U.S. tax dollars and issuing pro-drug industry dictates with little grounding in fact. We've looked at this at length.
Hey, Internet friends. On President Trump's second day in office, he announced Project Stargate, a $500 billion joint venture introducing a new cast of characters. Larry Ellison's Oracle, Sam Altman's OpenAI, SoftBank, and MGX to construct an AI infrastructure over the next 4 years, with an eye toward reindustrialization of the United States and strengthening of national defense. Project Stargate was described by Trump as an emergency to keep AI development within the United States. But within the same breath, it was sold to us as a revolutionary step in healthcare, developing personalized cancer mRNA vaccines where they're utilizing the artificial intelligence to detect cancer through these early blood tests, then designing an individualized mRNA vaccine within 48 hours to cure that cancer.
Once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again using AI, in about 48 hours.
I believe that as this technology progresses, we will see diseases get cured at an unprecedented rate. We will be amazed at how quickly we're curing this cancer and that one and heart disease.
The first data centers are actually under construction in Texas already, and we'll be turning them over to Sam to start training their next model. But the result of the investment will be vaccines that prevent cancers, personalized medicine where we never again run into a problem like COVID-19 before.
Now, Operation Warp Speed 2.0, renewed for Season 2, wouldn't be so alarming if all of us didn't have COVID PTSD. A reported 5 billion people were coerced and forced under threat of losing their jobs to take this experimental vaccine. And of course, if you had a bad reaction to the shot, well, sorry y'all, you're out of luck. Vaccine companies cannot be held liable from an act passed in 1986. Even so, both Kansas and Texas have active lawsuits out against mRNA COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers because of their misleading pitches, their purposeful hiding of risks, in attempts to censor public discourse about these risks. They're dirty dogs. So needless to say, I felt like a little deflated balloon dejectedly circling around the room as I watched this announcement on day 2 of the Trump presidency. It was all going so great. We were doing so good. Then we got this. With an initial investment of $100 billion to start building massive data centers under SoftBank's financial support and OpenAI's operational responsibility, Project Stargate reportedly seeks to generate hundreds of thousands of American jobs, after we've just been told for years and years that AI was going to replace all of our jobs. Remember? It should be noted, because it is of interest actually, Project Stargate was a CIA program from the 1970s to 1995 which explored psychic abilities, especially remote viewing for military intelligence, which I guess is, in this application, kind of predictive programming for the surveillance state grid. This CIA program aimed at gathering information targets through psychic means, but was officially deemed ineffective and closed in 1995. Well, I don't need to be able to remote view CIA agents in their underwear to know that the majority of U.S. big tech is founded and funded by the CIA. In-Q-Tel is the CIA's venture capital arm, which was established to invest in technology companies to advance national security interests. And it has a neat little way of giving the illusion of a privately owned company through shadow corporation purchases, but whoop-de-doo, the tea leaves actually reveal its government intelligence.
With the help of the
spirits and my tarot cards, I can see your life even more clearly than you can yourself.
Funnily enough, with Oracle being the database and software portion of this Project Stargate endeavor, under the leadership of tribe member 80-year-old Larry Ellison, looking very young there, by the way, the CIA was actually Larry's first customer. Can you believe that? We're all shocked. The Oracle Corporation was founded in 1977 and named after a CIA project codename Oracle. Oracle Corporation was christened thus as it was the codename of a CIA project that all three original founders worked on when at the Amex Corporation, end quote. But I'll read from another article over here, quote, a quarter century later, close to a quarter of the company's revenue, $2.5 billion a year, still comes from selling software to federal, state, and local agencies. Oracle wouldn't exist if it weren't for government contracts, said Mike Wilson, author of the book, The Difference Between God and Larry Ellison, end quote. And ding, 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 breaking news, Justin. The Trump administration is in talks to have Oracle and U.S. investors take over TikTok, per NPR. I thought it was going to be Meta, but it says that under the deal now being negotiated by the White House, TikTok's China-based owner ByteDance would retain a minority stake in the company, but the app's algorithm, data collection, and software updates would be overseen by Oracle. And I'm just going to say that would be super interesting because court documents also revealed that Larry Ellison is a part owner of X as well. I don't know about you, but I like all my spyware American. You know they make all that fentanyl over there in China. I don't really know what voice I did just then, but I was going for Sean Hannity. Also, back to weird coincidences with the CIA's original Project Stargate. The actual definition of an oracle is a person or thing considered to provide insight, wise counsel, or prophetic predictions, most notably including precognition of the future inspired by the gods or deities. The oracle's words are those of the gods, or somebody really wants you to think so. And combined with artificial intelligence, well, we got a situation on our hands, internet friends. The message from Oracle's gods is actually directly from the mouth of your sleep paralysis demon.
The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
But over a long period of time, I still expect that there will be some change required to the social contract, given how powerful we expect this technology to be. I'm not a believer that there won't be any jobs. I think we always find new things to do, but I do think like the whole structure of society itself will be up for some degree of debate and reconfiguration. The whole structure of society itself will, be up for some degree of debate and reconfiguration.
And I have to wonder, is Project Stargate really about national security and curing cancer, or is it really about the surveillance state and control? So Sam Altman is the other tribe character I want to get into here, and he might be serving as like a good cop, bad cop sort of guy, sort of character. Sam Altman runs OpenAI, the company that narrowly avoided being ousted by a whistleblower who might or might not have killed himself. The jury's still out on that one. The investigation's still ongoing. And Altman is in charge of a super AI database along with Oracle for this Project Stargate. Sam Altman's sister, Anne, has filed a lawsuit alleging he regularly sexually abused her between 1997 and 2006. Though Sam Altman has denied these claims. Also, Sam Altman has been openly anti-Trump since 2016. He has a bajillion tweets saying so, and he also allegedly funded Axios, a media outlet supremely critical of Trump. And he did this through his OpenAI corporation. There are also allegations that Altman, with his connection to Reid Hoffman, a known supporter of lawfare against Trump, might be influencing political discourse through financial backing of media entities.
Does it bother you that Elon Musk criticized a deal that you made publicly, that he said that he tweeted that?
No, it doesn't. He hates one of the people in the deal.
Have you spoken to him since then?
No, I've spoken to Elon, but I've spoken to all of them, actually. No, the people in the deal are very, very smart people. But Elon, one of the people he happens to hate, but I have certain hatreds of people too.
So the AI portion of Project Stargate is obviously Sam Altman's OpenAI. And in one paragraph, we've established that Altman is morally gray at best. You know, there's an obvious need for scrutiny with these tech industry leaders as they intermingle with politics and policy and healthcare under the guise of helping. These are salesmen developing the diagnostics and developing the cure. So they tell you you're sick through a blood test that they sell, and then they sell you the answer. And I'm speculating here, but with Sam Altman being such a villain, I have to wonder if we're not just corralling him so other countries can't use his product. But then again, I have questions about the overhype of AI anyway. I made a video about it years ago. But just the other day, I was on the Kate Daly radio show, which I've been on most weeks on Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And she was telling me about these Amazon stores, which were marketed under the Just Walk Out AI technology, where it's essentially a grocery store with artificial intelligence and no checkout registers. So you just get your items and you walk out, no need to get out money or your debit card. You just walk out with your groceries and the AI deducts your purchase from your bank account. Okay, well, it turns out it wasn't AI at all. No, it was actually about 1,000 Indian employees looking at you through a camera. The whole pitch is that the US should be the AI leader of the world. We should dominate that space. But I can't help but think there is something super stinky about all of this. It just sounds very familiar. It sounds like a plot thought up by the Bill Gates military-industrial Bain and Company complex. It sounds like they had this idea, this technology ready and waiting to go. After all, who has the infrastructure to manufacture these vaccines? Didn't Bill Gates, among others, just build these factories for vaccine production during COVID under the guise of saving humanity? But he financially profited bigly. And to add insult to injury, just announced the other day, Gates had sat down with Trump for a 3-hour lunch.
Have you met with Donald Trump since the election?
Yeah, I had a chance to go have a long and actually quite intriguing dinner with him.
What did you discuss? What was intriguing?
Well, we touched on a lot of things. It was over 3 hours. I felt like he was, energized and, looking forward to helping to drive innovation. I was frankly impressed with how well he showed a lot of interest in the issues I brought up.
Honestly, if Bill Gates had gotten up there on day 2 of the Trump administration and announced cancer mRNA vaccines, I think we would have actually seen riots, because everyone hates him, obviously. But with this new cast of characters, I'm not so sure. And it's all about what's not being said. That's the big issue for me. What is causing the rise in cancer? Why are companies continuing to sell products that are known carcinogens? What are they not telling us? What do you think, internet friends? I always look forward to reading your comments. Thank you so much for subscribing and supporting my channel on Patreon and buying my book, The Deep State Encyclopedia. Bye.
Go ahead, pause it for a minute. All right, so there's a lot there to unpack because her report on Project Stargate is on point, and there's a lot more to be learned from that. I'm glad she mentioned the Sam Altman sibling situation, because now we don't have to take time and play the Law and Crime Network coverage of that to get it into the time capsule. We'll consider that reference on the record. And there's a lot more to be learned between the mRNA, the AI technology, and their agenda to create a bifurcation, a separation between most of us who would live under that social credit score, panopticon surveillance society, and the people like Ellison who have a special set of rules and own their own islands and so on and so forth. And we'll get into some of his other antics in history. But before we went to more analysis and a little deep dive in the brain model over here, what were your thoughts on that, Scott?
Well, I was going to ask you, have you heard or did you come across this whole story about the DeepSeek situation out of China, the AI situation?
Yeah, that's the next layer of the deepness.
Okay.
No, but what did you hear?
Well, I wasn't sure if we were going to, if that was on the agenda to discuss.
Not for tonight. Yeah,
okay. Well, it's just really interesting because, a lot of this hinges on, so they're talking about spending $500 billion on these, supercomputer data centers, you know what I'm saying, to convey. And I think just a lot of the way that these, you know, whether it's Gemini, like Google Gemini or OpenAI, a lot of these companies are like creating this mystique around AI that it's super expensive and just like it's in the mind like this impossible endeavor, this impossible technology. And then all of a sudden out of nowhere, like over the weekend, China drops this thing called DeepSeek, which they say they made with 5 million bucks, and it's way more powerful than ChatGPT, and it's open source. So now everybody can just take it and do whatever they want with it. Whereas like ChatGPT, they hold on to the algorithm, they keep it very secretive. They don't want you to know what's behind what makes it tick, so that you can go and make your own version of it. So China just basically just collapsed the entire Western AI market. Like
it's like a big chessboard out there.
Yeah. Yep. So it's really interesting. That's a very interesting development in all this.
Also, from that clip, we heard that Axios doesn't like Trump, right? That was just in that clip we heard. Funny, Axios also reports Donald Trump's components of wealth, and just the Trump coin they list at $56.6 billion. So that's it must have been hard for them to write that article. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. Being so anti-Trump. But wait, as they say, there's more. Larry Ellison. We heard it was a CIA project that then turned into a publicly traded company. And Grace had mentioned In-Q-Tel. So let me bring up the old In-Q-Tel real quick. In-Q. You got to put the hyphen in there to get to the In-Q-Tel.
Do you think Larry Ellison has a demon, kind of like Les Wexner and some of those other people? What would you bet?
Oh, totally, dude.
Possibly. He's got something going on.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so In-Q-Tel is an agency of the CIA agency, and they fund a whole bunch of the tech stuff that goes through the other agencies. Something like Palantir might fall under there, or over here, something like Palantir is an artificial intelligence startup company that had 30 people back from 2001 to 2003. So I started working there in November of 2001. AI technology, it had later been sold off and it disappears from the market. It was located as a startup company right next to the NSA and the ONI, and the guy who created the company, so he's like the technology guy, right? Not the CEO, not the CTO, the technological coder of the learning algorithms was this guy called Earl Cox. Now, Earl Cox, let's cut to the split screen. He wrote this book, Fuzzy Systems Handbook. This is about fuzzy logic. This is the basis behind any type of AI algorithm. Is in between ones and zero, it's like Zeno's paradox. There's a lot of different points between on and off. And then he also wrote this book that was used to finish Spielberg's movie AI after Kubrick died. So this is about cyber evolution, future minds, artificial intelligence, and it's Earl Cox, who worked with, back in the day, Larry Ellison on the Oracle project. So when I was working at Panacea, so if we go back over to the brain, when I'm working at this company as the director of sales, and I'm going to all these big banks and financial companies, I'm pitching like this is how the learning algorithms educate themselves, and then they give away, then they give reliable data. I'm understanding the whole, very official narrative of things, right? Then I asked Earl one day, I said, hey, if this algorithm that you wrote can predict the future in IT infrastructure, which it could, that was the super valuable thing. It could watch your server farm if you're a bank, learn when the crashes happen, learn to identify the crashes, prevent them by sending messages. If that was going on, can't you use it for these other things? Can we predict human behavior? And he said, I don't know. Why don't you think about it and come back? And then I came back a couple days later, and I was like, the answer is no. He said, why? I said, because the IT infrastructure doesn't lie to itself or each other. And he said, you're right. Human behavior has a lot of foibles and miscommunications, let's say it that way. So in the milieu of artificial intelligence, Earl Cox he co-authored this book with Lotfi Zeta, who's the father of fuzzy logic, right? So he's not just a random dude. He's someone in on this. When I talked to him about AI and things like that, that's like 2003, he said, they're already past the computing. They're programming biological computers. This was 20 years ago, right? So that's like the DARPA end of stuff, right? So this is all, by the way, in Project Constellation, my first publication from 2006. Talk about Larry Ellison, mass surveillance, Oracle CIA connections, all the stuff you just heard from Grace. That's how I got my start in media production, was disclosing these types of things and other whistleblower activities. So without further ado, let's go back to, this is like Frontline or something. Ellison says everyone has to fail. Let's get his philosophy on the record before we go to his philanthropy of curing cancer with mRNA. Before we go to, oh, by the way, he's making a fucking cyber panopticon and has been doing it since the 1970s after Brzezinski said these are the things that need to be done in order to control people. It's a longer story, but it's getting late, or it's early in the morning at this point, almost 4 a.m. Let's go to Larry Ellison, and then we'll go to Forbes, AI creating cancer cures, and then we'll get to the contrary sides of that.
Do you wish Lewis Ellison was alive and you could say, I made it, Dad? You were wrong. Does any part of you, I told you so? He saw a degree of success in my life, I think, that surprised him.
The kid who never amounted to anything is now creating a home unlike any other in America. It is really a Japanese village with more than a dozen houses surrounding a man-made lake. He calls it Sanbashi. It's inspired by the ancient city of Kyoto and sits on 33 acres in Woodside, California.
Everything is pegged, mortise and tenon, tongue and groove.
No nails.
No nails. No nails.
Not a single nail on the property.
Not a single nail on the property, no. It's all assembled in the traditional Japanese way.
He brought craftsmen over from Japan to do the work. Construction started 10 years ago and has cost over $100 million. The lake was made earthquake-proof by pouring 3 separate layers of concrete. Thousands of rocks on the property were each hand-picked by a Japanese artist.
The garden is really a piece of sculpture, and the rocks are supposed to look like they were placed here by the hand of God over the last million years.
Japanese culture fascinates Ellison. He owns a priceless collection of 16th century samurai armor, fitting for a businessman whose favorite saying comes from the warrior Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan said,
he said, it's not sufficient I succeed, everyone else must fail. So we're currently working on, should I step on this? Okay. All right. No. I'm not that tall. I'm not that tall.
You look even better.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most exciting things we're working on, using the tools that Sam and Masa are providing, is a cancer vaccine. It's very interesting. It turns out, I'll be quick, all of our cancers, cancer tumors, little fragments of those tumors float around in your blood. So you can do early cancer detection. If you can do using AI, you can do early cancer detection with a blood test. And using AI to look at the blood test, you can find the cancers that are actually seriously threatening the person. So we can, again, cancer diagnosis using AI has the promise of just being a simple blood test. Then beyond that, once we gene sequence that cancer tumor, you can then vaccinate the person, design a vaccine for every individual person to vaccinate them against that cancer. And you can make that vaccine, that mRNA vaccine, you can make that robotically, again using AI, in about 48 hours. So imagine early cancer detection, the development of a cancer vaccine for your particular cancer aimed at you, and have that vaccine available in 48 hours. This is the promise of AI and the promise of the future.
Great, thanks.
Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison predicts AI surveillance will be part of our everyday lives in the future. During a recent Oracle Q&A, Ellison said AI will soon play a major role in monitoring society through a vast network of interconnected cameras, including security systems, police body cams, and vehicle dash cams.
Everyone would see it. Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior, because we're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
Ellison's vision is for AI to analyze data from this network of cameras in real time in an attempt to prevent crime while also tracking and influencing public behavior for a safer society. However, the idea raises serious privacy concerns. Critics argue it could lead to a surveillance state with constant monitoring infringing on personal privacy rights, while others say it could help solve crimes faster and provide transparency to citizens in cases of excessive force from law enforcement.
We're going to have supervision. In other words, every police officer is going to be supervised at all times.
Ellison's proposal highlights a growing trend among tech giants to harness AI for societal influence, which may significantly reshape our lives in the coming years. For more unbiased updates from all over the world, download the Straight Arrow News app or visit san.com.
Friends and listeners, as we approach our 2000th episode with over 2 million downloads, putting us in the top 2% of podcasts around the world, we'd like to thank the people who made this possible, you, our listeners. And we also want to thank our sponsors who have come forward to keep this podcast going. CDW, Zoho Canada, TD Bank, and Beauceron Security are among our sponsors. Thank these companies for sponsoring this type of programming. We can't take just any sponsor. We have to be free to tell it like it is. So if you're one of those companies that would like to support independent tech journalism in Canada, please contact me at editorial@technewsday.ca. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. Billionaire Larry Ellison predicts that AI-fueled surveillance systems will monitor citizens' behavior. Amazon tells employees to return to the office 5 days a week. Halo Wi-Fi sets a new world record with nearly a 10-mile range. Welcome to Hashtag Trending. I'm your host, Jim Love. Let's get into it. During a recent Oracle financial analyst meeting, Larry Ellison, the co-founder of Oracle, shared his thoughts on the future of AI-powered surveillance. Ellison discussed how artificial intelligence could be used to analyze data from a vast array of surveillance tools, security cameras, police body cameras, doorbell cameras, and even vehicle dashboard cameras. He suggested that this constant monitoring would ensure citizens will be on their best behavior. Ellison stated, "We're going to have supervision. Every police officer is going to be supervised at all times, and if there's a problem, AI will report that problem to the appropriate person." Ellison also mentioned the potential for AI drones to replace police cars in high-speed chases, saying, "You just have a drone follow the car. It's very simple in the age of autonomous drones." And while no one argues with the need for police to have all the right tools, this idea of constant AI surveillance raises some real questions about privacy, security, and the balance between safety and individual rights. In a significant policy shift, Amazon CEO Andy Jassy has informed corporate staff that they are now expected to work from the office 5 days a week starting January 2nd, 2025. This change moves away from the company's previous policy, which required employees to be in the office at least 3 days a week. Jassy explained,
Oracle makes a widely used database. It handles everything from online banking to airline reservations. It's even used by the NSA. But Oracle is in a legal battle with Google, accusing the online search giant of using its programming language without permission. We sat down with Ellison at his vast compound south of San Francisco. There we talked about his feud with Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin.
I think most of the guys, the only guys I have trouble with are the Google guys.
Really? So Larry and Sergey you have trouble with?
Larry specifically. I think...
Larry per se.
Yeah, Larry per se.
Why?
Because he makes the decisions over there. He runs that company. No one else runs that company. And they decided, let me be very clear, when you write a program for the Android phone, you write it, you use the Oracle Java tools for everything. And at the very end, you press a button and said, convert this to Android format. We don't compete with Google. We don't do anything Google does. No. We just think they took our stuff and that was wrong. That's a completely separate issue.
But I mean, you think they're evil?
I think what they did was absolutely evil.
And you blame Larry Page?
100% Larry Page.
So if what they did is evil, that makes Larry Page evil?
No, it makes what he did evil, which is quite different. And I know his slogan is "Don't be evil."
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about.
And I think he slipped up this one time. But so
he's a good guy, except this one time when he.
This really bothers me. I don't see how he thinks you can just copy someone else's stuff. It really bothers me.
Let's talk about Steve Jobs.
Yeah, my best friend for 25 years.
What is it about him? We recognize the fact that he loved Apple, he wanted to make Apple great, and he did. But what was it about him that enabled him to do it other than he worked hard?
He was brilliant. I mean, he was our Edison. He was our Picasso. He was an incredible inventor.
So what happens to Apple without Steve?
Well, we already know.
What?
We conducted the experiment. I mean, it's been done. We saw Apple with Steve Jobs. We saw Apple without Steve Jobs. We saw Apple with Steve Jobs. Now, we're going to see Apple without Steve Jobs.
So you're shorting Apple?
I'm not shorting Apple. I think I like Tim Cook. I mean, I think there are a lot of talented people over there.
You just
but Steve
said
is irreplaceable.
Apple is going down without Steve Jobs. That's exactly what you said.
Yeah,
Apple is going down without Steve Jobs.
Okay, I'll say it publicly. He's irreplaceable. Yeah, I don't see how they will not be nearly so successful because he's gone.
Did you watch him die?
Close. Was I there at the last
No. Did you watch him go through this?
I saw. I would describe. I would go over there all the time, and the walks. We always would go for walks. We'd always go for walks, and the walks just kept getting shorter until near the end. We'd walk around the block, or maybe 4 blocks, something like that, and you just watched him getting weaker. And this is the strongest guy I knew. This was absolutely the strongest, most willful person I have ever met. And after 7 years, the cancer even wore him out. And that was what it was. He was just tired of fighting, tired of the pain. And he decided, shocked Lorraine, shocked everybody, that the medication was going to stop. He just pulled off the meds, I think on a Saturday or a Sunday, and by the following Wednesday, he was gone.
If you love someone, it's hard to see them do that, although it's their choice.
Yeah, it had reached the point where he was definitely suffering. There's just so much pain.
There is no other Steve Jobs.
No. My eulogy began, I guess we're all told that no one's irreplaceable. I don't believe that. I just don't.
Well said. Where do you come down on what NSA is doing?
Well, the great thing is we live in a democracy. If we don't like what NSA is doing, we can just get rid of the government and put in a different government. I think actually we've been collecting this information for so long, and long before NSA was collecting it. Let me tell you who was collecting it. American Express, Bank of Visa, all of your credit card data. We have, and all of your financial records. This whole issue of privacy is utterly fascinating to me. Who's ever heard of this information being misused by the government? In what way?
Well, let me just hear you clearly. You're saying whatever the NSA is doing is okay with me.
It's great. It's great. It's essential. By the way, President Obama thinks it's essential. It's essential if we want to minimize the kind of strikes that we just had in Boston. It's absolutely essential.
But what point would it be alarming for you in terms of government surveillance? At what point would your red line be crossed?
If the government used it to do political targeting, if the Democrats used it to go after Republicans, if the Republicans used it to go after Democrats. In other words, if it became we stopped looking for terrorists and we started looking for people with on the other side of the aisle.
Did you have a hard time dragging him out of?
Well. Yeah, there's a lot more to cover. I asked ChatGPT if it could go from Brzezinski all the way up to itself. And let me just play it here. I'll turn off my audio for it. But anyway, it gave an answer. I'm sorry, I blew that. But I'll bring it next week. I'll bring that homework next week on the Panopticon and Brzezinski. But yeah, let's go ahead and thank the listeners and the contributors and the members for this evening. And let's dock the ship because we've got it on the record at this point.
All right. Thanks to the Grand Theft World community subscribers, supporters, and thank you over on the Rockfin to Kimberly Hall, tipped us $5 and says mentor. And thank you, Kimberly. Marlsa tipped $10 and says GTW is the best news wrap up there is. Congrats on the good things that happened this week. And yeah, there's some good stuff to celebrate. I'd like to give if I may, real quick, a personal thanks to Peter Wagner and Tony Marie Castaneda, who've for a couple of years helped make this show possible. Giving me their contribution to the show is providing space to work from and much more. Anyway, we have one more. F Fits, $20. Great show. Thanks, guys. And
hey, since you thanked Peter and Tony Marie real quick, I first met them at PorkFest in like 2014. They're incredible proponents of liberty and freedom. They supported I probably still do, my friend Ernest Hancock. They've sponsored my good friend Jordan Page. LD's been working around them now for years, and it was at first their Starlink Connect that LD was using to produce the show and send it out to y'all. So
and still,
yeah, and still, thank you, thank you, Peter, thank you, Tony Marie. You guys are beautiful.
Yeah, I have endless gratitude for them. And just a quick note, I'm going to be away from the show for a couple of months. I'll be helping out in the background, but I'm traveling. I need to attend to some personal matters with family, and then I'm going to trucking school for a month. And unfortunately, just due to the nature of the schedule, I can't be available to do what I usually do here, but I'll be helping out in the background, helping to support, and maybe I'll try and pop in via laptop. I don't know, but much love to everybody. And, welcome Colby back next week. And I'm sure keep the show running, and we'll see you soon. Hang on, one more. Eudaimonia Revelations says Cowboys don't say goodbye. They say, see you later. Well said. I'll see y'all later.
And then I got to look something up real quick here. So, Scott, this is the time for you to plug your situations.
My situations. Well, pretty much rebunkedrecords.com will get you links to all my stuff. Follow me on social media. Rebunked News is the podcast on all your podcast players. Working through a 5-part series on consciousness. I just did episode 2 last night, or I guess Saturday night, which is fun. It's a kind of a departure from my typical standard interview-based shows. I'm, just trying to break out and doing the solo cast, information research-based, and it's been a lot of fun. Check out the Unjected show this last week, too, if you want to hear me actually ranting on this Project Stargate bullshit. And yeah, thank you guys. Rebunkrecords.com. Go listen to the music. Not ChatGPT. Clip Genie. Not ChatGPT. Clip Genie. Clip Genie, baby. All right. Thank you guys so much. Much love. Always an honor to be here with all of you.
All right. Right on. This Friday night, we're going to be doing State of Mind It's a watch along. You go to autonomyscreenings.com, get your free ticket, and get a free pass for the year. And with all that being said, I'd like to thank you guys all for tuning in and not dropping out. Here's Jordan Page with the song Free Ross to play us out. Peace.
On day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served.
Is there anywhere on earth where a man can still be free? Will he conspiracy is the story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything, it doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com, click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner, and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.
As I unfold the groove, tune in and not drop out. Not to cop out, the post beers remove music. This wealthy cat was moving, stack of cash and sports cruiser, major accent deals mover, promoted fast like homeschoolers. Then noticing one day some bills that went unpaid. Those crumbs they led one way, discovered some unfun game. Then he was called into a meeting to disrupt and expose. But that was the day that the world froze. So stuck in the traffic and then caught in the panic, he dipped out in a frantic speed to exceed the seed planet at the event. And what would soon come, connecting dots to be revealed in Project Constellation. Big props to Maria, broadcasted, that's where I'd hear and get hooked on the name of Richard Grove. What he's saying is hypnotic. Synchronicity came out like chronic, all in full stride. Compadres around all sides, seeking sources to provide solution. The heavy-handed knowledge is Willie saying the peace revolution. Never knowing I was missing a blessing. The heaviest session recorded and revealed the ultimate history lesson in this quest. And I'm a Midwestern who's rocking it dope. Subscribe to media produced by tragedy and hope. And if you didn't know the gift, and here's what you've been missing. And listening is where conviction is revealed in descriptions in a brain model. Don't come out hollow, but full throttle and dive in the deep end so history doesn't repeat and make it complete. Catch Grand Theft World every week with Richard and Tony. Chop it up with the homies. And I ain't talking about that public school baloney. And it's like you should know me, quoting Gatto in the flow that I'm growing. And LD's bearded is showing the time capsule stack of stats is open. So spread it around, the show is ready to pounce. Audience that abounds, seeking out what's profound. I know it is challenging fallacies in the balance when a forensic story in it, boring men while exhorting in examination, contemplation, meditation, revelation, celebration, destinations planned, targets arrived. Autonomy crew of souls that survive, broke free from the 9 to 5, and we doing it live. Hey, with hope in our flow, where consciousness grows, as opposed to you don't have to think about it, dude. Cause it's a comedy show that be bombing truth, whoa, trying to make uncommon truths be more commonly known. That it's a grand theft world that I'm living in. Ain't no reptilian skin, just some normal humans who love to sin. From their banking powers they aim to win, deceive and betray all man, making everyone slaves to them. It's a grand theft world that I'm hearing at, disguised like a pyramid. But those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts, yeah, neglected aspect, that's what they lack. Yo, trivium course, it'll deal with that, be a rebel, bring the logic back, cause it's a grand theft world that they rolling out. Got the growth model out, tracing Rockefeller dollars straight to clouds. SEC connections are hard to doubt, but most go the common route, walking with their head in the shroud. Yo, it's a grand theft world that I'm peering at, disguised like a pyramid. But those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts. You should know, it's It's not a video game.
This isn't Grand Theft Auto, folks. This isn't a video game.
This is Grand Theft World.
All right, LD.
It's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at in the sky like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they'd be feeling it. Revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts.
If you need a single location to get cutting-edge information and keep up with the rapidly changing world around us, tune into Grand Theft World, where a forensic historian and a logic professor break down the week's news in depth and in context. There's a ton more there, so go check it out. And don't forget to get your Freedom Vault on the homepage.